Felicitations, my family of fledglings. Ghosts, it's so good to unsee you as well. Hi and welcome. My name is Damien Halme, disruptor, professional ruiner of boring, routine things and turning off of your mind at the end of the day. That's right, I'm here to destroy those things. Tonight, and most of these nights, welcome, by the way, to the new schedule. Same as the old schedule a little bit, going back to some roots for reasons. Kiddos, summer happening soon. Have to figure out what the heck to do with that and biphasic sleep. I thought it was working well. Other people around me told me it's not working as well as you think it is. So we're changing that to less biphasic sleep. So welcome to the new time starting. Every stream now for the foreseeable future, if it's happening at night, it's happening at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. That's where we're at. Yes. Tonight's discourse topic, automation. How replaceable are you? How solid is your job? Or is AI close to closing in? Or has it already taken your job? How secure do you feel in your relationship? Does your partner watch anything AI related instead of spending time with you? Do they have an AI boyfriend or girlfriend on the side? Will they in the future? Will your next love interest be somebody who will spare some time for their phone whenever you're not around? Yeah, that's what we're talking about tonight. Time to have so many windows open on this big honker. I love having multiple monitors, especially as a streamer. I don't know how anybody could do it with just one monitor, but some people can, and I'm very impressed at those who do that thing. What are we doing today? We're going to be joining the Streamer of Oz. We're going to mix our chats because we often leave our chats separate. We're just going to try this out. So you all are going to be subject to being in Oz's stream as chat. Your chat will enter her chat. Her chat will enter our chat. God, the AI overlords are already getting things all jumbled up around here. No, but we're going to do a Twitch collaborate together tonight. We're going to also be running some roulettes and whatnot in Final Fantasy XIV while we discuss automation and what it is doing to you and your future, or what it has already done to you, perhaps. Heroes Troa, hi and welcome. I didn't hear the alarm go off. It went off, right? I think I'm having where OBS is not playing the things it's supposed to monitor for me issue again. Yours is mad at you. Guesses the 24-hour timer hasn't expired. I haven't streamed in well more than 24 hours. Something else happened. I'm not sure what it is. We'll have to figure that out. Can I raise my children? Maybe one day. Yeah. I don't know if I can be replaced at my job. Maybe not so soon. That seems like a thing we're not quite ready to give up into automation just yet. Not entirely. I hadn't streamed like 2 weeks because my other monitor died and I refused to try to do it with one monitor. Oh yeah, it's hard to go back down. It really is. No intro for you. Yeah, maybe my bot just decided against you. Why not? Twitch already doesn't like you. Let's pit streamer bot against you as well. Just kidding. That's awful. I give you this. What on earth? Wait, is that even what it's called? Streamer bot. Streamer bot. What is the thing called? Tell me, my friend. What is the name of the... That is what it is called. Dubious. Dubious. What is going on here? It should trigger a command. Should do a thing. Oh, I wonder if... Did this counter not reset? It should. It's temporary. It should turn off whenever I don't use the bot. Disable the bot, close it for the day. It should do the thing. I have to do some research. I have to figure some stuff out here. Because this should absolutely still be working. You didn't change your name or anything. I still have some time before I need to be worried about being replaced by robots. I think you do. Haven't slept in 48 hours. Oof. So it's all a bit of a blur. My place looks fabulous, though, and again, have bowls, so I'm okay with it. It is nice to have clean things. I got used to Teddy spoiling me while I was sick. Aw. It's always a plus when a manic episode is productive energy instead of just anxiety or pure panic. Yeah, I've definitely... while I don't understand mania, I've seen it in others, and it sucks when you have all of that energy and you're like, but where did it go? What productive thing did I do? I didn't do a productive thing. Oh no. When's my next productive streak going to be then if it wasn't that manic episode? All right, we're gonna do a collaboration with Oz and a jumping into Discord with her in her chat as well. That is absolutely not what I wanted to do. Where am I going? That I ask myself that all the time. Where am I even going? Let's pop into her stream and say hello. Can we do a knock? Let's do a knock. A knock knock. Ew, it opens up its own separate window. I really don't like that. Ew. Start shared chat. Okay, everything's muted. Shared chat's enabled. Let's pop into Discord. Hello.
Hello.
Is it working?
It is. So we're not using the guest star pop out. We're just using that so that the chat is shared, right?
Yes, I really would prefer to stay in Discord to do chatting.
Yeah. So then block my microphone, join the call, and notify followers?
Yes, all of that thing.
Block, join. Yes, notify followers. There we go.
I mean, it looks like it already happened.
Yeah, it looks like, but I had like 4 or 5 pop-ups. And I was like,
Ew. Speaking of which, I have a pop-up from when I used to use this function as cameras. I'm going to disable that.
Yeah.
I'd rather rely on the overlay from or plugin that uses Discord.
Yes.
To show that you're talking. Hi and welcome. Chats, plural.
More than just one.
Chattin'. Chatty. You are blended now. We're just a melting pot, aren't we?
This makes it so much easier.
Except you have to figure out who's going to be reading what chats.
You can read the ones with your head next to them.
I don't see that. I'm using another chat thing.
Well, then I will read mine.
Okay. How am I supposed to know which ones you haven't read then?
I don't know. I guess, or you could, watch my stream.
Here's what can happen, because watching your stream, in addition to the Instagram, the Kick, and the YouTube chats, sounds like a bad idea on my part. What we could do instead is you can read the Twitch chats, and I'll read my other stream chats.
Sure, that works. So, Haley says, well, we're blended now. Troa says, I'm on the 48 hours no sleep wagon, so I might be a bit wonkier than normal today. Ooh, you've been forewarned. Thank you for the heads up, just so we have an idea on context. Armand says, submit to the blending. Haley says, all the pop-ups. And then they also say, gotta turn your listening ears on today, D.
I have my listening ears on. I'm listening to Oz read all of your chats.
Armand says, guess D needs to get good.
I got good.
Sounds
I
like
came up with a solution.
Sounds like a skill issue, honestly. Armand.
How dare you? How dare you? I
Kale
just
says, go ahead.
Hi, Justin Filth. I do not know who Odorous Arungus is, but it sounds amazing. Your chat is coming through.
KL says, watch the Oz stream. Who would do that?
I have the
Not
Oz
me.
stream up.
You have it up?
Yeah, I have that stream, the Instagram studio feed that I have to have open specifically. I have my Kick chat in a separate window because it won't join chat combiners for whatever stupid reason. And then I have my chat combiner, and I also have the OBS chat because the chat combiner doesn't show when I'm in ad break. Yeah.
That's pretty awful.
Yeah, there's a reason I run 3 monitors to stream. And I'm still running out of real estate.
Yeah, I run 3 monitors, but I mostly try to lurk or use this screen for like maps or information or Uru guides. You have so many things open, says Haley B.
Oh, I only read the chat windows. That's not even everything. Hello. Hi, Rose.
GSSD. I thought you were only reading the other chats.
I can read I can see your chat, the chats. I'm just saying you can read them out loud. I can still respond to them.
That's true. Troy says, I loves the more real estate with copies. It makes the Troy brain go burn.
Oh yeah, 100%. I might do 4 one day if, we ever hit the big leagues.
Honestly, it wouldn't be terrible. I put it right above my main one. It'd be good. To be able to just like center and then look up, to do whatever referencing I need to.
Oh yeah.
Instead of turning my head, this is awful.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably honestly put OBS up.
I could see that.
That way if I need to like check chat or switch scenes or whatever, it's just an eye flick instead of turning and turning.
Eye flick sounds really painful. That also sounds like a really good punk band's name.
I mean, you say eye flick sounds painful. I'm like, what? Does it sound like sack tap?
Yes, but but more blinding.
So what? A sack tap isn't blinding?
Not in the same way.
It's true. Not literally blinding.
Yeah.
Just says these nuts.
That's on a different stream.
That is.
You can't do that on these platforms.
That is the spicy stream, and it can be found at.
Nice.
It's nice. Troy says it's nice when I'm on a project that needs a diagnostic of some kind, that up to the side without covering anything else. I'm mid-process and my main setup, all kind of nifties.
I like that.
Hailey B says, now that I have a 32-inch monitor, I tasted last night that I can either have 4 windows open and there's still a decent size to see everything, or I can have a game and OBS chat pop up on the right side and the game is still a good size. Mega monitor for the win. Ooh, Rogera says an OnlyFlans where I show off the things I bake.
Nice.
I'm sorry, but I'm literally just picturing you sitting there high as fuck. These are the things I bake. Haley B says it's huge, Oz. It's so big.
Oh my.
Hello.
I just realized my vertical stream is completely broken.
Oh.
Talk amongst
lovely.
yourselves. I got a really weird thing going on here. What happened? What? is this so bad?
Such happy rabbits. Arnar. I know, right?
Yeah.
Welcome to the Moongate Hub, home of the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. You guys are steaming earlier than I expected. We are steaming earlier than I expected.
I steam when my body tells me to.
I steam whenever I feel like it, whenever I feel like I need a good steam.
Yeah, there you go.
I made him do it.
I can't let you just have all the fun.
What about those steamed hams?
There we go. Oh, my stream looks like it's working again. I forgot this stream, this one particular scene was broken the last time I streamed Final Fantasy.
Sorry, not sorry. My dream setup would be 5 of the Apple Pro displays, but that price tag would be obscene. They work great with Windows, though. I like how you just stood in...
Stood in what?
The circle of death and
Have you not
let yourself die.
Have you not done Any Way the Wind Blows before?
I guess not.
You pick places to stand in the arena, and then what's that guy's name? Like... Yeah, you get a debuff called Red Light, which means you're frozen where you are. The Typhon or whatever this guy's name is, he spawns in and he randomly selects different places on the arena to breathe his air magic. And yeah, you either make it all the way to the end out of luck, or you get knocked off at some point. And depending on how long you've stayed in, your luck either favors you and you get more MGP, or you get kicked out early and you don't.
Yeah.
It's free MGP no matter what, even if you get knocked out in the first round, like I just did.
Okay. Rogeria says, how goes blue farming? Blue farming has not been happening.
Yeah, it's been a
very, very honest
Thursday's endeavor, and it's been a few Thursdays since we've all gotten together to do more.
Eric partially joked about ordering another 32-inch monitor. It was pretty a decent price for the size, and it's curved, so it would just be like a 60-ish inch half circle of screen.
Nice.
How are those curved monitors? Like, I don't really know how to feel about them. Like, I don't know anybody that has one, so I don't really know who I can ask about a curved monitor. Actually, you know what? I think I do know one person, but we don't really talk. The sky's the limit, somewhat literally, as I discovered. An entirely new starship is required for our mission, as apparently I'm not authorized to fly the whole moon off to mother knows where.
Oh, you're doing the intro quests to the cosmic thing.
I just like how they're like so fucking irritated.
Yeah.
I plan for our ventures to be only moderately death-defying, so it's vital that we have a dock for landing our craft and facilities for its maintenance as well. I just want to do the housing thing. Let me do the housing thing.
Housing thing?
Yeah, this is us building the new housing tract. It's a new firmament.
Gotcha.
It's also where you can work on your crafters.
Oh, yeah.
And your gatherers. All you need to do is complete Endwalker, yeah. Dee and I started this quest line the other day. And it's just about getting it, like, up and running.
Yeah.
I'm glad I don't have to wait for anything. Big curved one might be a more comfortable, bit of a luxury.
I see what you're doing there.
Whoa.
Sometimes people like it straight, some people like it curved.
Some people can't help it. It's just how they do.
Yep.
You've been issued an EXO tablet. You may review the latest project developments at any time within cosmic exploration areas. Take part in missions to further exploration of the Sea of Stars and aid Searching Way and his crew in realizing their dream. I am so happy that there is going to be a new interesting housing tract on the moon.
Mm-hmm. So, Oz, do you feel like your job or relationship will be replaced by AI anytime soon?
I don't think so. Unless they can teach so there might be parts of the job. If they just need somebody to tend to a funeral and be there as a resource for any questions people might have as far as logistics, maybe. But unless they have an adaptive emotionally intelligent AI,
You don't feel like a lot of people will be satisfied chat GPTing when their loved ones passed away?
I really, really don't. I really don't. There's also, like, machines would have to get really, really fucking good to properly embalm a person.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you receive the person and they have very, very, very recently passed, like I'm saying, like they come into your home and they are still warm, then you could probably do a 1-point injection and you might be fine. Anything other than that, if they had any sort of, especially cardiovascular issues, that's a much bigger project than I don't know if I would necessarily trust a robot.
Yeah.
Plus, that's the mechanical issues with like the actual embalming. But then there is determining based upon certain factors, sort of like it's the balance of art and science of the creation of the fluids and the integration of different fluids that are in your embalming machine. It's not just add formaldehyde, add water, go. There's like, are you adding humectants? Are you adding coloring? Because maybe they're discolored. There's like 5 or 6 different elements that you could add to embalming fluid that would change it depending on what the body needs, and you would need to do a lot of educated analysis, which honestly, if you had, like, you would have to have like a very intelligent scanner that could also determine based upon like touch and indentation and color analysis and looking at different, like if there's a lot of like weeping of the body, you don't want to add more humectants.
I feel like being married to somebody who knows everything about mortuary science. I should have known this, but I'm learning new stuff as you're talking right now.
Like what kind of stuff?
I didn't know that you would mix different fluids together to address, different emerging systems.
Mm-hmm. In fact, there are even some people that something that they've started adding in recent years are and not everybody does this. It's very like some people do it in the cases of somebody that's been kind of hanging out for a while. Is that you can add smells like vanilla.
Oh.
Yeah.
So your decedent smells like fresh baked goods.
I mean, if Grandma always baked fresh baked goods. I don't know. I don't know where my brain was going with that. Anyway, and so the whole family knows her because she always smells like snickerdoodle cookies. I mean, why not add vanilla and cinnamon in her
Sure.
in her porta boy?
Why not?
And I mean, okay, honestly, like we are doing such interesting things with decedents as it is currently. I mean, there is extreme embalming where they will actually embalm them in certain positions to where then they will pose them in certain positions so that they can be like if they were a kid and they or like a young teenager and they fucking loved superheroes and they wore superhero costumes every day, there's actually an instance where they did this for a kid. They dressed them in a superhero costume and then put them in a superhero pose and embalmed them that way.
Oh, that's really cool.
Right? There was another one where they were like a hardcore gamer. They loved they were so invested in being like a competitive gamer. And so they had them embalmed, like holding a controller, sitting in the chair, surrounded by snacks that they loved.
Nice.
I'm all hopped up on Sonic energy drink. Nice.
Oh, you've got Backchat to catch up on. That's not the only thing that you haven't read.
So being bigger doesn't make a difference. So it being bigger doesn't make a difference, Haley? Are we talking about screen still or something else? Hello, Crimson.
Hi, Crim. You don't say.
I don't.
Oh, I thought. Okay.
You thought wrong. This is very interesting. How goes your neck of the woods? Probably better than your neck of the woods. Do you have electricity yet?
That's a good question.
Ooh, slushies sound good. Slushies sound amazing. I wanted a slushie so bad yesterday. And then I was like, I really do not just want to drink an entire cup of sugar. I think I'm good.
Still no power, huh?
That is awful. Yeah, I got a message earlier from Crimson saying that it could take 5 to 7 days for some people.
Ew. That makes me feel like I would want a generator at that point. As expensive as that can be. It can also be expensive to replace like all of your refrigerator food.
Yeah, they're way past that point at this point.
Yeah.
They're like 24 plus hours.
Yeah. It sucks. I'll read some chats. Are you busy doing something else at the moment?
I'm buying gear real quick.
Ah, gotcha. Who says, you know what? Fair, it would probably make my teeth hurt now that I think about it. Yeah, that's sort of the monkey's paw about drinking icy, slushy, slurpy sort of drinks.
Yeah.
They're delicious and a little bit painful. So there could be other delicious things you could probably be eating or drinking that also don't incur pain. 5 to 7 days. Well, shit, hopefully it doesn't take that long. Yeah. Generator would be great, but we don't normally lose power this long. You say that now. Maybe this is the new normal. I'm just kidding. Don't let that manifest into the world. 150,000 people don't have power. Oof. Yeah, that's really bad.
Yeah, it is absolutely awful.
So I chose tonight's topic in 2 parts. One, I recently published a short video that discusses automation and how service level jobs could be easily automated with the right tools, with the right care, with the right infrastructure spent. It's probably still a little more expensive to replace a bunch of entry-level jobs at like fast food or QSR sort of level businesses with something AI driven, but it probably won't stay cost punitive. Some people have argued, well, you have to have somebody on premises to like fix or maintain the machines, but you don't so much. You take away like an entire kitchen staff, front of house staff at a quick service place, and then their mid and general manager, and sometimes have more than one mid manager. And then you also get rid of the district manager because you don't really need those assholes either. Then you're saving a lot of money, and then you don't have to have one tech per store, right? Technician's probably not going to hang out in one store watching some robots make food when everything's going right. They're going to come in and fix things when they go wrong, which means you probably have like one tech per district sort of floating as the needs arise. Like, oh, ice cream's down over here. Well, I'll just go drive there today, you know, fix the requisite component or whatever, and then go back to being on call. You could probably save a ton of money that way, or it'd be like an even exchange, in which case even exchange is probably still better because a lot of those jobs are high turnover and high apathy, right? And the apathy part is part of why I think it's also important that we look to try to give people options besides shitty entry-level jobs, because those people have to interface with a lot of customers, and it makes everybody upset. The apathetic people don't want to be working there. The people who want to be patrons of that brand don't want apathy, and so it's like a lose-lose. And the people,
It really is.
the entry-level people making, you know, bad wages in the first place, they can't hardly cover their cost of living. They're like forced to do something with the current system, where if we had a better quality of life for those people with some sort of basic income needs met for them, or help them in training in other avenues along the way, then they wouldn't be stuck in those positions, causing grief to themselves and everybody else who has to deal with them. So yeah, that's part of it. The other part of it is my job, my day job right now is kind of like a job remover. I take away, I've never done so much as taken an entire person's day's worth of tasks and removed them so that that person is no longer viable in the company, and therefore we fire that person. I don't make people lose their jobs, as it were, but I do take away tasks from people's jobs, and then they get to discuss with their bosses and their teams, like what else could they be doing with that time. Hopefully filling it with more things. If somebody really loses so many tasks that they're not viable, maybe that person did end up losing their job. I don't really know. I don't keep track of all that stuff. My job is really just to take the boring, lame pencil pusher tasks out of my company's bevy of work and make sure that that stuff gets automated, because those people don't need to be doing those lame menial tasks. And unlike somebody who serves you your burger or your taco through a drive-through window, where there's certain amount of satisfaction of a human made this and a human is talking to me and I'm interfacing with a smiling face and I'm touching briefly somebody's fingers as I reach for my food. So there's like that human interaction, right?
Why you gotta go be creepy like that?
Hey, some people need drive-throughs for that, for the one momentary brush up against flesh that they'll have their whole day. The people whose tasks I'm taking away, they don't interface with clients. They don't interface with end customers. So I'm taking away tasks that are lame and repetitive, like service industry jobs, but they don't even have the benefit of, well, our customers really like a person doing this sort of thing. They're completely lame. Those jobs are completely automatable and should have been removed actually a long time ago, probably well before I joined the company.
All right, Crimson. Not sticking around long. Gonna conserve phone battery. Need my phone in the morning. Absolutely.
Oof. Yeah. Sounds good, Crims.
Also, Teresa just referenced vapor trails of an airplane as a skid mark.
At least she doesn't send out that red flag and call them chemtrails.
Very true. We got hit by a really bad 80-mile-per-hour plus windstorm yesterday, around 5 tons of damage, down trees and power lines. Stuart says, I need to answer the question for tonight's stream is hard because I want to think I'm unique enough to be hard to replace as far as work. I have been told I'm the top seller in my region, so it may be pretty hard to replace.
Yeah, maybe. When it comes to sales, I think
there's a human element about it.
AI is not really that persuasive for a lot of people. Many of us distrust having to talk to machines or generated chatbots, and therefore would be less inclined to do anything that they tell us to do, like buy a game.
Mm-hmm. Stuart says, all for relationships, I think you could try to replace me, but no one would quite do it. Symptotic says, all restaurants in the future would be Taco Bells, according to Demolition Man, unless you watched it outside of the U.S. In that case, they will all be Pizza Huts.
Interesting. I wonder why.
That is very strange.
What a weird localization. Oh, the future can't be Taco Bell outside of the U.S. We can't tell other movie patrons that this is that. Is it that Pizza Hut is global and Taco Bell can't be? I could see why. I mean, just the difference in quality between the two. It's way harder to like mess up a pizza, whereas Taco Bell is apparently easy to mess up.
Honestly, for how many times they've messed up our food, yeah.
Yeah.
Haley B. I don't know how we saved this game.
Hi, Tony.
Haley B says, honestly, even jobs like stewards could be automated. Would there be growing pains as people get used to doing things mostly almost entirely on their own? Sure, but they get through it and get used to it. I think there would be less sales overall.
Maybe at first. I think Haley might be onto something, though. Like, we, probably had some sort of inhibition about doing work through automotive, through vehicles like cars, when horses don't, like, break down the same way and don't require maintenance and spare parts and stuff like that. You know, horse farming was just easier and far longer understood. So
You know what just occurred? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead and finish your thought.
oh, so maybe just like getting into vehicles, or like when we were scared about using the internet, like people didn't want to online shop and put their credit cards places, and then it was fine later on. We might get used to doing sales through talking to an AI. What was your
So
thought?
it just occurred to me. So I will almost avoid actually going. So when I go to like Walmart or Target or Kroger or any of those places, right?
Yeah.
I will primarily go for self-checkout, which means I don't have to interact with a human being. There are times where I'm like, I have. I'm just gonna throw a bunch of random stuff together. I have ice cream, cookies, Band-Aids, lube, more cookies, and I'm just like, I don't really want to sit this down in front of a person.
Yeah.
Because, like, I don't really want to stand here and feel judged for the amount of cookies that I'm buying, and that's an awfully big bottle of lube. But, yeah, like, there's a point where I'm just like, the less I have to people sometimes, the better.
Right.
Some people even prefer not dealing with sales associates because of how badly corporations will push them to hound customers. Exactly. I like to shop in silence, and if I need help, I can find someone and search for the info somewhere on my own. Yeah. Armand says, well, Taco Bell and Pizza Hut are both owned by Pepsi, so maybe both will be true.
Maybe. Taco Bell's got to get real globally cool pretty quick then.
The Euros didn't know about Taco Bell. Hi, Toady.
Good. Live in bliss for as long as you can.
I know, right? At first, yeah, but once people get through learning how to find things on their own, I think people might even shop more because it would be so fast and easy by not talking to anyone else. Yeah, 100% Haley.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they making a play for the water supplies as well?
Hmm?
I don't understand.
Well, yeah, what water supply?
Pepsi is aiming for water supplies now.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Take it from Nestle. Put it in the hands of another evil corporation.
No, just look at Idiocracy.
Yeah, maybe they're just going to
You mean
replace
like
it
in
with
the
Pepsi.
toilet? I mean like Pepsi, it's what plants crave.
Right. Getting closer to that reality.
Haley says, "Yep." As I said, a lot of people don't even want to talk to sales associates when they're shopping. Yeah. Aldi's and Trader Joe's for the win. Yeah. I do honestly a lot of shopping at Aldi.
And we didn't have a Trader
don't have
Joe's for a long time, but that's changing soon.
Mhm. What's the lube for? It's for when I want to get that extra distance when I sock slide down the hallway.
There you have it, folks. You heard it here first. The inside scoop.
More like the inside scoot. Haley says, I try to make my store as welcoming as possible without our customers feeling like we were breathing down their necks, even though that's what corporate wanted us to do. Gross. Troy says, the line of work I was in, I had a lot of focus on fixing issues caused by AI or overconfidence in it, so it's not likely that job would be replaced by it until an imperfect being can create a perfect system. However, electing a crazy person and causing mass layoffs can cause problems. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Semtodic says, those are an intriguing combination of items. It might be fun just for reactions. What look would they give you if you came up with scuba gear and condoms, for example? I mean, that's pretty standard. Of course, those go together. Both are things that I'm not gonna go there.
They would say, "Hello, Mr. Halme. Have a nice Thursday night."
Yeah, and that's why we have Thursday night off now. It's for Scuba lube time.
Scuba lube. Oh my god. Why are you like this tonight?
Because you're not streaming at 1 a.m. again.
Oh. So this is
See,
this is what I miss when I've been asleep all these months.
Yes.
I see.
It's got electrolytes. It does.
But that's what
But
plants crave.
It's what plants crave. I refuse to do anything but make the most of my fun employment until I get a replacement fit. Yeah. By the way, Oz, I think I figured out how to send and accept Larry and Friends. If I did it right, I sent you a request. Yay. Thank you, Stuart. Mexican is popular in Germany, surprisingly enough. Interesting.
That is
Very
interesting.
Armand.
I mean, it's good food, even if the way most foreign places perceive Mexican food, they seem to only take the permutations of beans, rice, cheese, and tortilla, and then just do that ad nauseum and don't show you the rest of the cuisine.
Yeah.
Which seems kind of weird to me. Like,
I mean, we'll start having more kids with what was the cerebral palsy.
right.
More and more kids with cerebral palsy, the more we just eat beans, rice, and cheese with absolutely zero fucking vegetables.
Yeah, no vegetables, no fruits. Actually, like live enzymes and vitamins.
I mean, Eric and I have said that we're living in the beginning days of idiocracy right now. I 100% agree. It feels kind of silly. Scuba Lube got Teresa good. Good.
Wow.
I can't wait till we have universal basic income so we can all be equally impoverished. We'll all starve together. We'll all starve together when we starve.
I don't think any place is going to be able to do universal basic income until they fix inequality.
Yeah.
And inequality involves, actually stepping up and deciding that the way that the absolute elites line the pockets of politicians is
It's
considered
unacceptable.
considered corruption, and that in itself can be a way to make money for your country. It's just like when you send a police officer to sit in a copse of trees and they wait for somebody to break the law driving past them, and then they dash out. They are, one, trying to make the streets safer, and two, trying to make a buck off that guy, right? You
It's true.
give them a big expensive ticket for the traffic infraction that they did, and bada boom, you've made some money for the city. If we did that more with corruption politicians and fat cats who are trying to line their pockets and took a ding off of every time that happened, we could generate money that way. We could then shore up the tax code because we would have less politicians being bought out that don't want to change the tax code because they're bought out.
Yeah.
And if you combine both of those, then we could actually have something to start with. Now, I don't think UBI could necessarily start in most countries, maybe not even in the US, as something where you could give everybody enough to live and not work, right? There might be a quota, so you'd have to pick like the bottom X% or the bottom X situations. It would be like either quota based, or you'd have to limit. Thank you, Sam. You'd have to limit how many people, not how many people, how much everybody gets. So it might not cover all of your needs. So
Yeah.
basic income might only be partially helpful, whereas you might still actually also need to go and work. And then depending on factors, you don't want to make it so you disincentivize people getting a job. So there's a lot of complexities involved. I'm not the economist to make that all happen, but I see where some of the pitfalls lie and why we haven't taken that path just yet.
Armand says Mexico and Germany have had good trade and people exchange since before the world wars. Interesting.
Society Quest dailies.
Okay.
But we'll probably get together and do group stuff too at some point.
Yeah.
Haley says, but it's so much better when the lesser people suffer more than us rather than everyone equally thriving, don't you know? And so there's a real ideology about that though, right? And I think we have to acknowledge those people who were taught that when you are not earning enough money, when you are suffering, when you have issues raising your family, when you get a little bit of extra desperation, that you've earned that somehow, that's because of all the choices you made in your life. And now, because of those choices, you also have to reap the full brunt of what you've sown.
This is what you've earned.
Yeah, that is a real mentality, a real thought that a lot of people have. And then if you say the government should step in and help those people, that contingency of our population will say, but what about fairness? What about the rules? What about they chose poorly, they get poor results at, we need that mechanism so we can force people to make better choices.
Yeah.
Otherwise, everybody's just going to suckle off the teat of the government at some point, right? So obviously, you do limit the resources that you provide out through government. You have to. Otherwise, people will be exploitative. They are already in our government. And it's not the poor people, right? It's the absolute richest people who are the most exploitative in our current systems. So we already allow for exploitation. And the original intent, the Reaganomics intent with letting the rich be a little bit exploitative was if they exploit and they make a lot of money, they'll actually look back at the US, the place where they were able to earn all these billions of dollars, and they'll say, you know what? Out of gratitude and out of the philanthropy of my heart, I want to do stuff. I want to do things like the Rockefellers and the Carnegies did and create some legacies, build some nice buildings and academies to give back to the US. But our current super wealthy, they don't really feel that way.
No, they don't give a shit.
We didn't carry on that societal torch of you made it big, now do your part. You made it big, now go offshore all that shit in a tax haven. So the fact that we should feel like there's some sort of iniquity that people need to have based on the choices that they made earlier on in life, we're already punishing ourselves by letting the ultra rich get away with exploiting. Why would it be so devious to let people who really need it exploit a little bit, obviously with some limitations. The other part of it too is like you could be extremely wealthy and live in the US and interface in a community where everybody has less because of your choices. But those are all the people who are surrounding you. They're your service workers, they're the blue collar people, they're the maintenance and cleaning and everything around you. And they are all growing more and more resentful, more and more desperate, more and more willing to commit crimes or take drugs to sort of ease the stresses that they're undergoing. And you're to blame for all of that. So you're making the stuff around you get more stressed and worse. Why not invest in everyone else around you having a better time? Because then every time you do leave the house, your whole environment around you is better for it. Why be the king of shit town when you could be a slightly lesser king still, and everybody else around you, would also be happy and fulfilled? They say that crime does not happen because of poverty, as an example. The vast majority of the high level of especially property crimes don't happen because people get so poor they get desperate. They happen because people are desperate and poor near wealthy people. So if you're wealthy, wouldn't you want the poor to be a little bit remedied so that your world is safer and better for it?
Yeah, but that requires even like maybe thinking about other people.
That's true. Yeah. What was I? How dare I?
How dare you insinuate you would ever think about anyone else?
Yeah, I'll put that stuff
Right?
away. I'm sorry.
You better. I just wanted to pop out and say hi, and I hope you guys are doing well. And I'm sorry I didn't play Rivals yesterday.
It's okay.
I was showering, my yearly shower.
Oh,
Ah, scrubbing the year off of your funky
I can't scrub that much off, to be honest, but I try.
scrubbing the year off.
By the way, I'm testing out the two tabs in two separate windows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Streaming you guys. Hopefully the analytics will show that it's correct and it allows us to give credit for both.
Hopefully.
Okay.
I don't.
Since you're sharing,
I don't look at
the
numbers
chat, I don't
anymore,
know.
so I don't know.
Yeah. You're gonna get together and do group stuff. I didn't know you two were into that.
It's true. I didn't know.
Wow. Haley says, unfortunately, too many of them are greedy and selfish and don't care about helping out the ones that got them there. Desperation can drive people to do crazy things that they never would have. That requires an ounce of compassion for others. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the reason why you create systems where corruption is severely punished, and we take mad financial punitive measures against those people is because of that selfishness. It's the same thing, and I hate to say I'm going to quote Joe Rogan on this. I promise I won't quote Joe Rogan very much in the course of myself as a content creator. But a younger Joe Rogan that's not doing what he's doing right now since the Spotify move and the alt-right men's movement sort of thing. He fought back against another alt-right person that he was talking to, Dave Rubin, in an interview, where Dave Rubin was like, we really need to remove all these restrictions on things. You used to work as a carpenter. Wouldn't it be such a better experience if all the people building our new houses and buildings and all that didn't have to rely on or weren't like penned down by all the stupid bureaucracy and red tape and everything? And Joe Rogan was like, you've never worked construction in your life. It is awful. You cut every possible corner you can. You make things as cheap as you absolutely can. You do the bare minimum that the government forces you to. And if you could do stuff with like matchsticks and tissue paper, you would. So that stuff has to be there or a lot of people get hurt. And I was like, there you go. This guy knows, because he actually worked construction before, that sometimes those regulations, while they seem really like lefty, granola, Green New Deal sort of bullshit, and why do we even have all of that stuff in the way of making good money? It's because like our buildings would fall apart. We'd live in a nasty, awful, derelict country where stuff is always falling apart, and we just look like the shame of the world. Not the shame of the world, but among the more shameful countries for making choices that enforce making a dollar over actually, having cool construction, nice buildings, and taking care of our citizens. Most of our buildings are pretty well done, and a lot of that's because we enforce it.
Yeah.
I do have something to say about being automated at my work, being replaced by AI or a computer in general.
Sure.
It is hard to convey emotion of a video game and how to get that through a computer screen to get someone to buy it. It's hard to, like, you could show all the trailers in the world, but someone telling you the enjoyment they got out of it is so hard to replicate digitally without that human interaction as well.
That's true.
Okay, so counterpoint. What if there is a bot that, while they can't tell you in like text or even like text to speech, oh, you would love this because, you know, I got to this one level and man, you walk through this archway and then the level opens up for you and you get these chills and it's just got this really cool vibe. What if they couldn't really replicate that despite their best efforts? So instead, they were able to AI generate a clip show of some of the most popular streamers who have tackled this game and like their most chilling moments. You know, they look for analytics where the chat exploded or somebody like stood still for a second and all the movement was on the camera but not in the game because they were just like stopped in awe and just talking about what just happened. And so they gave you just like a minute reel of footage of not just like a salesperson at a GameStop, but like all of their favorite famous celebrities going off on how amazing this game is.
I would say that would work on some people, but not most.
Really?
Yes. You're assuming that the person is also the one going to be playing the game. You have to be able to describe it to a parent who's not sure about video games, that literally goes, I know nothing about this. How do I download a game?
Mm-hmm.
Not saying it's impossible, but the AI and the algorithm would have to be so astronomically impressive that it would be a person in its own right.
Might come to that.
That's
I get you.
the problem. But you just showing popular streamers play it, like a mom's gonna look at that and go, cool, so what is this game? It's like, I just showed you. It showed you clips from the game. Cool, but what is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
You get a lot of people who just kind of zone stuff out unless it's told to you by a person.
Yeah.
Which is good, because then you retain your job, because you're not just a robot anymore.
Sure.
Yeah.
But bad, because then you have a lot of people who are overly reliant on you.
Yeah.
The amount of times that I have to stop myself on the phone or in person just saying, sorry, I'm not Google.
Right.
Why are you asking me these questions? I'm here to sell you shit, not to help you fix your system or tell you like all the intricate details of a GPU for your computer that we don't sell.
I won't lie. The number of times Google has done my job for me, you know, is astounding. Or somebody's asked me a question, I'm like, I don't know, but you know who does know? A well-crafted Google search. And
not even a well-crafted one usually.
Mm-hmm.
Literally just hit a couple keywords and it usually can figure out what you're trying to say.
Sure.
I've said it a couple times, like, oh, could you, I got a new PC and I'm having trouble running Steam. How do I do this? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, cool. If you Google that or YouTube it, just those questions, it'll tell you. Like, oh, can't you help me? I'm like, no, not really. Even on stuff I do know, I'm not getting paid to do that, so I don't.
That's fair.
It's not my job to like be your tech analyst or repair shop. Yeah. I buy shit, I sell shit, and I trade shit for other shit.
That sounds like my spiel for Blood Moon Menagerie.
It's a good one. It's a good policy to have too. Don't do what you're not getting paid for. Don't teach people how to make your jewelry. Teach them how to buy it from you.
It's true.
Yeah. Especially that last part.
Did you do a tutorial video on how to make that stuff so I don't have to pay you?
No, I don't.
You should. It totally help.
Totally put me out of business.
It's secret sauce.
I mean, to be fair, you do also film yourself doing it.
It's true, but I also don't. I can't film my brain.
You can. It's just you can only do it like once or twice, and you need a lot of help.
Really fucked.
Wow.
I'm sad. You can't do the big head mode right now.
Did you read the bounty paper towel line? I forget where we left off in the chat.
So we actually left off on Semtodic saying, desperation, it's true. I can't tell you what I've resorted to when there's no more toilet paper after dropping a couple protein submarines and realizing it. During COVID, I could only find bounty paper towels. Extra rough. Haley B says, not really a bot, could just link the trailer for the game. Yeah.
Yeah, but the trailer isn't the same as describing the feelings you get from the game.
Yeah, that's just like a basic bot right now. We could do better.
Even when I do show trailers, I usually describe how it made me feel, or more in depth, like quick little blurb. One of my biggest games I try to sell people that we actually don't usually sell until is Hades, the original one.
Mm.
I have a whole like song and dance I do to like get people into it, and out of probably over 100 people I've tried to sell it to, I think I've had one person go, "Yeah, it's not for me."
All right.
But I've had multiple people come back and be, "Hey, that game you got me, it was so good." I'm like, "Yeah, I know it is. That's why I suggested it." But like we were saying earlier, AI advanced enough to replicate that would work.
Yeah.
But we're so far off from that. And all the people who don't like listening to computers, they're never not going to be those, are making it so replacement is not impossible, but unlikely.
Yeah. I actually learned that earlier today when I was researching the comments that you were leaving on my YouTube short this morning, that one of the main reasons why fast food restaurants haven't done more automation in the kitchen is not a cost punitive thing. It's literally they're just pandering to the Luddites that don't want technology around them. Like, oh
Exactly.
no, I don't want the kitchen to make food on its own. I want minimum wage workers there to do it because people.
Did you like the video I sent, by the way?
I did. Did you like my snarky comments back at you?
Oh, I haven't gotten to that yet.
How dare you? Oh man. Okay. Well,
Hey,
our
it doesn't notify
friendship
me
just
that you
took a little bit of a
replied,
ding
and I
right
didn't.
now, but that's okay.
I usually ignore replies, so they're usually snarky. That's why.
Oh, okay.
I also forgot which version of the video I commented on.
Oh, I see.
Was it YouTube? Twitch?
Yes, it was YouTube.
It was okay.
Yeah.
I try to make the rounds on your videos, just like, oh, Facebook, I'll do all those right now. Oh, cool, I'm on YouTube now. Oh, cool.
I appreciate that. In fact, I can call out. I could call you guys out by name, but I'll just say a blanket statement to anybody who's hearing my voice. If you've stepped in and just done a bunch of likes or a bunch of reactions on, I don't know, like the last like 6 or 7 short videos I've posted, because that's when you decided to catch up. I notice, I see it. I thank you for your avalanche of love and support. Appreciate you. You are helping the algorithm. I'm getting much more noticed in every single platform when you guys do that. So thank you for helping everything grow.
There is a reason I wait a couple days, and at least the way I'm thinking is if you get a bunch of likes all in a row, the algorithm goes, oh, someone really likes this person, as opposed to everyone liking the video as it comes out.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Or I could be wrong. Either way, that's what I'm doing.
So, Symptotic says there's definitely a recipe for enthralling trailers.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. Trailers are a godsend, but they aren't the easiest thing for the parent who's like, I'm not playing this game. Is that good for my kid?
Yeah. I honestly don't think it's that much further down the AI rabbit hole, though, to say, like, here's a compilation of a kid's favorite streamers all talking about how wonderful this game is versus how do you get messaging like this for a parent? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, if we can figure out how to demographically create a really badass, like, not by the producers of the game, but just by the AI generating contents together into a trailer for a kid, it's probably not a meaningful amount of work more than that to do it for a parent that doesn't know what they're trying to buy.
It's not always that. It's a lot of parents are actively avoiding learning because they don't feel like it's something they need to learn about.
Sure, but you just said that. And so
Yeah.
the fact that you know that and you haven't spent your whole life doing market research in this particular vein to try to help parents buy games through AI, I don't think it's an intractable problem. If that makes sense.
Let's see. Haley says, but a bot could easily pull the game description and basic info that Google contains and regurgitate that. Google can already basically sell games to people. Now you're arguing for AI taking over your job, Stuart.
It is doing it, but it's not as doing as well as I could. Which is the whole I can't be replaced part, but I can still have my job be partly done by an AI.
Troy says, a lot of work and support that I've done was a lot of just being in the conduit for information from Google or on one rare occasion, a knowledge base. I can easily point to automated phone systems to show what happens when you try to get AI to do that. Haley B says, if it's a good game trailer, people can interpret the emotion on their own. They aren't completely brain dead.
That's true. But I'm not thinking about your average gamer who's gonna be like, I want this. Oh, cool.
Right here.
There is also people who are like coming into the store for me, which is always a weird feeling.
Yeah, especially when they're coming in the store for you. That's
Yikes.
really
Hey, that's only happened twice.
this week.
I don't. Hey, did Haley tell you something?
Clean up on Isle Stewart.
How'd you know it was
More like
on
Stuart
Isle
Isle.
Stewart?
Honestly, doing these crafting stuff is so fast and so easy. I haven't messed up even one.
Yeah.
I like how Haley and I are not like disagreeing with each other 100%, but it's like I'm the optimist, she's the pessimist.
Yeah.
Sounds like someone quit the job because they were being treated poorly.
Let's see. Symptotic says, what if all there is AI generated content in games and people just choose their favorite piece of crap out of the trash so they are presented with just like radio used to be. They would play 5 songs on repeat that were all awful, but you would take the one you hated the least and call it your favorite.
I will say, would you guys like me to continue staying on here, or would you like it to be the couple's day?
You are more than welcome to come in here and chat. We encourage it.
Yeah. Hang out with us.
Phrasing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Troas,
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to say, yeah, I don't know. There is something to be said about the fact that AI might hold people to maybe slimmer market profile, but then if that becomes a problem and people don't like that, we just tweak the AI so it doesn't do that.
Yeah.
I just like to think I'm good at what I do.
That's fair.
And I hope that I have an AI to get me money when I'm not good enough to do the AI's job.
Troy says this market analysis thing should be an entertaining read. Keep in mind my sleep deprivation when you get it after I finish. I'm sure it'll be at least a laugh. Yeah, I said it's really not. You can already Google, is X game good for my X-year-old? Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
You can do it with movies. You can do it with games. There's a web page called Common Sense, I think, or Common Sense some. It's Common Sense something, and it's like it it's parents who say, oh, the movie has this in it, and like as far as like, does it expose like drugs and alcohol? Do they are they in like mildly sexual, like in the innuendos that like the parents will enjoy, but like sometimes some of the older kids would be like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. There are a lot of resources.
There are. But there's also way more people who just want to hear it from the mouth of a person.
It's true. There are some people that are old-fashioned. They want to write down everything on paper, and they just want to hear it from a person.
Yeah.
It's also the equivalent of getting an automated call versus a person on the line.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard a person be happy that they got the robot voice opposed to a human.
I will admit that is very true. There is a fast food place near our house that now their drive-through is an AI is like it's a chat GPT person.
Yeah. You're doing text to speech ordering with them, or your speech to their text or whatever.
I can confirm that works perfectly and never gets anything wrong.
Totally. Absolutely.
So far, this one has worked with getting nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Honestly, there's a part of me that just really hates it, just because I want to talk to a person, but I do like them getting my order correct every time. Instead of going like, what? I'm sorry, what? Can you say that again?
That's
what?
true. Yeah, the people get things wrong more than the AI would. And it's something to be said about AI too, right? Over time, AI will train itself better and better to hear people and discrepancies and understand when they're being trolled, and like they'll get better at their job.
Yeah.
And oftentimes there are people that just don't get better at their job over time for whatever reason.
Yeah. Well, I know what you're doing, Stuart.
Yeah.
You don't. I found out that the skin I have now changes my voice lines.
Interesting.
They're
Nice.
all like modulated and sound funny.
Interesting.
And in reality, you don't know what I'm doing. I'm tempting you. I'm not actually just playing.
Oh, okay.
Reza Inspires You says,
Reza?
Y'all... Yes, Reza.
You don't know who that is?
No, I don't.
You don't know who Reza is? Shameful.
I don't think it's Reza is my point. I think it's Risa.
Risa?
Yeah.
Did Teresa change her name?
Did she not? I figured
I
if
don't
anybody
think
knew,
so.
it would be you.
No, because
I'm pretty sure Teresa's
Teresa
still
teaches.
miss- yeah, Teresa
Miss
teaches.
Teresa teach. Yeah. Long E. All right.
See?
Risa. Y'all think teachers will ever be replaced by robots / AI? I have my 9th graders read a story called The Fun They Had by Isaac Asimov about a future where kids learn with robots and they find a real book and are so surprised that they were taught by a human, and how much fun kids in school must have had so long ago.
You mean Cyberpunk?
Oh.
The anime has a really good scene of a school in Cyberpunk, and it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I did watch some of that series.
You did? Oh, cool.
Like, I think 3 or 4 episodes.
All the characters are super attractive in there. At least the female ones. I can't speak on the males.
I think that's really cool to expose kids to the idea, like what might happen in the future, or what are the implications of the direction that we're going, and how could we be looking back at current times as a result of the choices that we make? How will that impact our trajectory? I think that's one of my favorite parts about sci-fi in general, It's not the world building or the what sort of tech happens in the future. It's how would humanity stay humanity and address certain issues that we might not be able to address in other genres. But with sci-fi, we can kind of take a look at problems that are harder to write about in other timelines.
I will say this game is much harder when you don't personally know the healers.
Oh,
Or tanking in this game is harder, I should say.
yeah.
Yeah. The one time I chose not to get it all the way to 100% quality, I get a normal quality. I'm like, gosh.
Lame.
All right. Stuart as a person is irreplaceable. Stuart as a salesperson is replaceable.
That's fair.
I wouldn't say entirely replaceable. I would say I'm mostly replaceable. There are things you would lose from getting rid of me.
You would lose the human element. I will say that.
Yeah.
Hey, let's not go that far.
You would lose the meat suit element.
I'm not an elephant.
Wow.
Yes, you are.
You'd lose these jokes.
Yeah, no, they could still do those. It's called Google.
That's
It's
true.
true. Symptotic says, yeah, kids will have personal Alexas on their tablets, and the teacher will be the self-checkout person coming in to help only when needed. Armand says, generated voices at drive-thrus, the fuck. Haley says, we have that at one of our fast food places. I've had no problem so far, even with customizations. Riel says, that technology is improving, and I'm not excited for it. Oh, Armand also says, on the other hand, no person has to be screamed at by irate people. This is very true.
Yeah, you can scream at a machine all you want.
And the machine will just, ignore you or just be like, thank you, have a nice day.
Yeah. Or, I mean, what'll probably be brand retentive is because companies already do this, they'll just throw money at you. They'll be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I will remake your order right now. You know?
We do have a robot waiter at one of the stores near us.
Mm-hmm. And the best thing is, imagine maintaining a blacklist because a customer really did somebody dirty, and they committed some sort of crime or they're violent and threatening in some way, and the boss is like, okay, well we'll put that guy's name down. If you ever see him again, call the cops, sort of thing. Not everybody's gonna remember that. Somebody's gonna forget his face or whatever. But imagine if that person comes in, the AI just sees them and informs the police.
I wish we could have that. I have a boss who doesn't remember me complaining about a customer sexually harassing me.
Jeez, that's a thing I would remember as a
allowed in the
boss.
store.
Mm-hmm.
And now I might have to see him on the Switch 2 release day.
Ugh.
Gross.
Yeah, not cool.
And this guy, he was gross, old, creepy man, talking about how some women like to drink pee, stuff like that.
Okay.
Oh, lovely.
So it goes, my coworker asked for a drink of my drink, and he was standing behind us, and it's a monster mixture, so it looks yellow.
Mm-hmm.
And my coworker comments on it. She's like, oh. Then she's like, it looks like piss. And she said it quietly enough to where she shouldn't have been overheard, but he was leaning over and did. And he goes, yeah, some girls are into that. Didn't you know that? And
Gross.
yeah, then he went on to talk about how his best friend's wife kept hitting on him, and he was so noble that he wouldn't sleep with her.
Lovely.
Then started commenting on how he got a teacher fired because they were playing a video game after school.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
This is also the same guy who almost got kicked out for being anti-trans to a manager at GameStop. But because he said sorry, he was allowed.
Wow.
Wow.
He literally described how he wouldn't want his daughter in a bathroom with a trans person, and it was still like, cool. Why is this guy still allowed here?
Jeez.
I'm pretty sure Haley knows this person too, like as a customer.
Lovely.
You know, fuck this guy, Robert Galloway. Fuck you.
You tell
I
him.
still have your home address and your phone number because he threatened me.
That
Yikes.
motherfucker tried to
Well,
That'll bring
hello.
Haley in.
die.
I don't think
yelling
they're
'cause I was
impassioned
yelling.
about this at all.
Right.
No, okay, so I was like, I don't know who Stuart's talking about, thank God. And then he said the trans thing, and I was like, fuck, I know exactly who he's talking about, and I hate that dude. I wanted to ban him from, like, the second interaction that I had with him.
He literally said it was gonna be his life's mission to get me fired.
Literally, he said that to Stuart in front of me, and then he said it in front of other people too a second time. Like, he was just the worst.
It's because I
Gross.
asked him to please stop talking to me.
Yep.
It was literally just like, hey, you're making me uncomfortable. Could you stop talking to me?
Yeah.
Also, I'm so sorry for the outburst and just completely disrupting everything.
I thought that
You
was
are
great.
fine.
That's,
I'm just gonna say,
Well, that
Dean
is-
I love
loves
how
it
you
when
were
people
like-
outburst.
yeah. Thanks for the
What?
content.
How I felt, or what I felt happened was the door fucking slams the fuck open.
Literally.
This
No,
motherfucker.
so like, okay, with that guy, so yeah, we had the issue where he was being anti-trans to one of our other store managers, and so he stopped going to that store because he said, I'm not gonna go to a store that has a trans person there because like they don't deserve to have their rights and like all kinds of shit. And I was like, we're gonna stop this conversation. And then it was me and the other associate, Uriah, the one that we've mentioned before, like younger, really low voice. He was with me, and the guy was like, well, how would you feel if a dude dressed as a woman went into the bathroom after your kids? Or if a woman dressed as a man went into the bathroom after your kids? And I was like, first off, you're not gonna talk about my children. Like, we're gonna stop that. And second off, there's people that aren't doing that. That's not a thing. The only people that are going into restrooms that you think is not appropriate are people who were born into the wrong bodies. So we're just gonna stop that conversation. Thanks.
Yeah.
Not to mention, I love how this never became a topic of conversation about boys being in a public restroom with men and
Yeah.
possibly having anything happen to them. Like the outrage only
Right.
happened when somebody could pick on some, smaller fringe group and make a big stink out of it.
Yes,
Mhm.
absolutely. And that, like, that's the other thing that pisses me off, because I'm like, you do realize that there are grown men who are predatory towards small boys,
Yeah.
and they're in the same bathroom together already,
Yeah,
and
but
you have no problem with that.
you
You're
haven't
not
solved
saying,
that
oh,
issue.
we need to have, right? Like, you're not saying we should have, like, an adult-only bathroom and a kids-only bathroom. No, you're like, whatever, gender is the problem, not predatory people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I don't like that guy, and I'm so glad I never have to interact with him anymore.
If you're getting your Switch too, you might
Oh, fuck that.
you might be able to get vengeance since you don't work there though.
Cause see, that's the fun thing. I'm a customer now, so if I want to cause a problem with him, I can.
I
Like,
mean, if
I've
you
been
file a
promoted to
complaint to
customer.
corporate and say, hey, this guy was
Now
sexually
you are my
harassing
problem.
people.
Oh yeah. Honestly, with the way that he was, as much as I'm normally not one to like be like, oh yeah, just make up some shit to be petty, like against people. I don't like when people do that.
Let's be
Unless you
petty with
deserve it.
facts.
But like, if you've done some nasty shit to deserve it, then I will do it.
Yeah.
I mean, with him, you don't really have to make shit up though.
No.
Yeah,
I
it's
literally,
nice
when
when
that
people make
happened
it
to-
easy.
When it happened to me, and like he started threatening me, another customer went, "Hey, Stuart, do you have a piece of paper and a pen?"
Mhm.
And like wrote out a full paragraph about what the guy was doing and how Stuart did nothing wrong, and was
I
actually
think I was
trying to
there that
like,
day.
yeah. His that gentleman actually is really good customer now. He's one of those dudes with like skinny white dude, big beard, wears a kilt sometimes.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
He actually made me a stand for some figures because he does like figure photography and he knows I do model work. I'm calling it that now instead of 3D printing, calling it model work because it sounds sexier.
Oh, it does. Yeah. You work with models?
Absolutely.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I do. I have them in my house all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
But
he
see,
wrote
the
a
real
full
question
paragraph.
Is, do you take pictures or like do you work with models or are you the model?
Oh, my.
I'm a hand model sometimes when I'm drawing, but mostly I just work with models. They just stay in my house, you know. They seem to like it there.
I don't want to chew on that after you've chewed on it.
But
I'm-
Mom, you do.
We're
She
backlogged
likes
in
to-
chat a bit, Oz.
I know.
It was mostly me. I'm gonna be honest.
Do
I feel
we?
like we keep like I'll read a little bit and then we'll have extended conversation and I will wait patiently.
I knew that would bring Haley in, by the way, when I started talking about this.
Haley says, I hate that someone's job is being lost, but it's been so much smoother ordering at that place since they put it in.
Honestly, yeah.
Is their job lost, or is it just converted to something else?
It's converted because the workers are still there. They're monitoring everything.
There you go.
Because it's at least the way that it is at the one place that I am talking about. They say like, "Welcome to so and so. This order is being recorded for quality and assurance purposes. If you have any problems, someone can jump on or whatever." And I think there was only one time where one of the employees was like, "Hey, just to check, you wanted this, right?" And it like they were just making sure that I got the order right because I think it was still in the early stages when that happened.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But since then, it's just been talking to the computer.
Yeah, your order
and
says you want
gotten all the-
36 pickles.
right. It's
Yeah,
just been
did I
talking to the computer
stutter?
and they've gotten everything. I want all the pickles,
You better open 2 more jars.
right?
Oh
No,
my
I will
goodness, your
say-
child is hilarious.
sorry.
It is hilarious.
Star of the
I
show.
will say I would
you're-
gladly accept being replaced on parts of my job.
Yeah, she does gremlin noises lately.
I love it.
Like if they could automate parts of my job, that would help so much because it just seems like they add stuff on all the time on top of what you're already doing.
Ugh. Yeah.
Right now, I think the first thing that I could think of that it would be harder to automate for your job would be trades.
Yeah,
But on the flip side of that, they could easily just do some kind of Dropbox system and then they'll confirm like if it works or anything. And then
but how will the
get...
meth heads get by on a fake ID?
Well, they wouldn't. That's the thing. It would go through a computer system. They would get information. They'd get all the proper things that they need, and then contact you to let you know if it's been accepted or not, and give you your value. You know?
And how would you verify age? Like someone using someone else's ID.
You wouldn't. You'd just have to trust people.
There's the crux of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because part of that it is like a legality thing too.
Oh, I know. Because part of the things with trades is to get all the information in case somebody brings in something stolen.
Which they don't actually care about. They just do it for
No.
insurance purposes.
It's for insurance and in case the police come by an house. That's all.
I just
Fun.
looked over at my screen and D is just like using a flamethrower in Final
Yeah, just
Fantasy, and I'm like, what?
annihilating things.
Fuck these shrooms.
I didn't realize you were playing Last of Us.
I haven't played that game before.
Oh, it's
I feel like you like it because it is very story mode, but it is third person.
Mm-hmm.
Stop.
Don't tell her to stop. She's being adorable.
She's reaching at my shirt. It's so very adorable.
Hey, sometimes people just gotta reach down your shirt.
and spell attic.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oi.
Anyway, Armand says C-3PO will be real for better or for worse.
That's fine. He said charming
Yeah.
Astrobot.
I mean, R2's already.
Or
real.
sorry, R2. That's the Astrobot.
Yeah.
Protocol droid.
Protocol droid. Yep. I was waiting for you to get it.
I know my Star Wars. I really don't.
Risa inspires you. Risa. I was just like, am I supposed to know Risa?
So I asked Teresa if she was still, if she had changed her name, and you're just gonna have to find out. 'Cause I don't think it's her.
Oh, okay.
I tried to go check my OBS stuff to see the follow and click on the account, but OBS didn't load properly. I'll be right back. I'm gonna
Next
go change
option,
your pad.
please.
Alright, Armand, kids torturing teachers, teachers torturing kids, good times. Risa says, you know, like Teresa, I went by Risa in high school and currently go by Risa at work because we have like 500 Teresas now. Oh my. Armand says, I'm filling out scholarship applications in the hopes I can cover the cost of college next year somewhat comfortably. I will cross my fingers and toes for you.
Same.
I'm gonna cross my arms. But that makes me look like I'm angry, so I'm gonna stop doing that.
Yeah, that sounds like you're angry.
Haley says, yeah, but corporations don't care about humanity. They only care about profit. Yeah, I know I sound super pessimistic about all of this.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Corporations care about humanity as long as it's profitable. So
Yeah.
if we make enough of a stink about it, and I think in the course of time people will, humanity will enter certain corporate. I mean, just look at the way people do Pride Month and Black History Month and all that sort of stuff. It happens. It happens for a profit, but at least it shows that we have some sort of market force against the companies, and it's not just their bigwigs making choices on our behalf, which would be
Yeah.
terrifying.
It doesn't help that I kind of work for an evil corporation.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
I know where I
Um,
work.
Risa says you'd lose these nuts.
Good one.
Real says, I do want to try the robot waiters, but some of them look so creepy. One office I worked at had a robot named Penny that would just greet people and she would watch you as you walk by. Her big anime eyes did not make it endearing.
Yeah,
That's
they should have market tested
upsetting.
that one. I think it's like clowns, right? When clowns first hit the scene, I'm sure the whole troop of them, they all thought they were doing something that was like good for kids. Now we know better.
And now they do it on purpose.
Yeah, now people do the creepy clown look on purpose. They lean into it.
Because it's hot.
Oh yeah, do it, honk.
I mean, a lot of people wanted to boink Pennywise.
Sure, why not?
Maybe not. Pennywise is running away terrified. Alright, Haley B says, I'm so glad I have no clue you're talking about, Stuart. Hold on. Reese says, we're getting something at this school called a Raptor that will do something like that based on ID scans. Interesting. Haley B says, I would have banned the guy regardless of what corporate says. Wait, I do know who it is! God, I hate that guy. Symptotic says, sounds like Twitch chat in real life. Yeah, about the whole, like, just disgusting talk about people. Real says, slams open saloon doors to shout, fuck that guy!
Right.
Armand says, we have real ID now. The FedCam just facial recognition for, the FedCam just facial recognition us for age verification.
I mean, facial recognition can only do so much, though.
Yeah.
True.
Symptotic says, I was talking about the Herbert the Pervert guy that brought Haley in. Troy says, when I was a baby gay in Utah before moving to even California, I had a date with a banker during Pride. We just walked to the festival together. He was talking constantly about how smart of a business decision it was to see more and more big companies showing up at Pride. So this is before it was acceptable to advertise then, and it turns out he was spot on.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And you know that's what's driving it, right? That their whole marketing people doing that sort of investigative work. What is going to make us be endeared by the people the most?
By the way, I don't know if anyone has tried competitive in Rivals, but it turns out it's a lot of starting a game and having it get canceled because someone leaves.
It sucks.
Interesting.
It's happened 3 times in a row so far.
Wow. So like, this isn't the one that I wanted to sign up for. Screw this.
Cool, no one's a healer. Oh, no, we got one healer.
You locked in as Mr. Fantastic? I only play Mr. Fantastic. I'm out of here.
It was weird. They were requesting Penny Parker out of all the characters so they could be a better Spider-Man.
Oh. I didn't know he had a team-up power. Because
I guess he does.
I'm not hip.
You're pretty hip.
Nah.
You're not square because you're always around.
I'm in shape. Round is a shape.
It is.
Oz and I were talking about what you're in 2 different Facebook groups that both do boomer posts.
Yes, I am.
They're like young people that try to make boomer humor.
Would you consider dad jokes boomer humor?
100%.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I like some boomer humor. A good pun is really good, but finding a good pun is hard.
I thought that was going to be a pun,
Everyone's
so I was
a-
kind of like waiting for the punchline to drop.
Right.
No,
And then it
no
didn't.
punchline, just
Yeah, I don't know. I dislike puns. I tell them, but I tell them because every like 100th pun, I seem to like roll over and shoot the moon. And I make
fucked
people
up.
crack up somehow.
people really seem to like them because they are innocuous for the most
Mhm.
part, and usually inoffensive.
Yeah, usually.
Real says they love puns.
I like awful, dark, garbage humor that comes from people you probably wouldn't want to be friends with in real life.
I had a couple of those being told. Did I tell you why women have legs? I don't know if I said this joke yet.
No, but I'm nervous.
It's so they don't leave a snail trail.
Wow.
I sent you a party request.
I'm in your party.
Oh, there it is. I don't know why I thought I didn't see it pop up, and then I couldn't see your little dot. Maybe we're not. In the
It's a
same
little
instance.
dot?
I sent you my party request. Please respond. What are we wanting to run?
Whatever you want to run.
Whatever you want.
Insinuating anyone would ever want to run at all.
Wow.
Ew, who runs?
Do you want to do the cruiser weight raids?
Sure.
Or do you want to do like roulettes? Because it'll be easier to keep up with chat and all that.
I'm good either way. I literally don't have an opinion. Whatever you think is gonna work better.
Okay, let's do roulettes. They're less intense.
They don't go camping?
You're a teepee in a wigwam, Stuart.
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, what?
Don't worry about it.
I was saying Stuart's a little too tense.
I like how me just ignoring it set you up for another one.
Riel said especially bilingual puns. I have to ask, as a linguist, I do enjoy language, just playing around with language. Do you know any good bilingual puns? I don't know that many.
I have one I want to work, but I'm not good enough on either language to make it work. But using baka in Japanese and Spanish,
Mm-hmm.
like a double insult.
I guess, yeah, that'd be just more insulting than a joke. Although, to be fair, the sounds are slightly off from each other. So you'd have to mispronounce one of those two words, kind of, or do your best interpretation of getting right in between the two sounds.
Like a slant rhyme, kind of.
Yeah. Since you are leader, do you want to just want to start from the top and go down from like high level dungeons downward?
Sure, but do we want to do... I can do that one. There's a thing going on right now that minors can participate in.
The red alert?
Yeah.
On my way. What is going on over here?
I'm not gonna lie, them changing the voice lines the way they have is really weird.
Oh.
Because it sounds like he's talking underwater while also missing part of his throat.
Yikes. That sounds awful.
I mean, it's cool. He's like a zombified, so it makes sense.
Wait, how do you join the alert? Oh, is it a mission? Critical missions. Oh, gotcha.
Hey, you know those matches where your enemy team has like double-digit kills and you only have 2 kills? And that's the highest amount of kills on your team?
Take care, Tra. Hope to see you back again soon.
Yes, have good lurk.
Sorry, you were overtaken by a loud lurk alert. I didn't quite hear what you said, Stuart.
Saying, you know those matches where you're playing and then all of a sudden the enemy team has like the double-digit 20 kills and the highest is you with 10 or 3, I mean?
Yeah.
That's how my first one is going here, so there's that.
That sucks.
I'm at 6 now, I just doubled it. I've just been following a Punisher around now and just helping him out, and it seems to be helping the whole team.
Nice.
Armand says this piano is reminiscent of the Dio theme. The Dio theme?
Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, most likely.
Oh.
I just did one of the most satisfying kills.
Nice.
I saw a Moon Knight just put a really poor ult down, and I watched as people like tried to skirt around it, like barely getting hit by it, and I ulted them, still in it. Do you think streamers could be easily gotten rid of? Like have an AI streamer?
You want to know something? It's already happened.
Well, I know it has, but how successful was it is a thing.
It was highly successful.
Was it because of the streamer was a AI and it was a gimmick?
No, I mean I probably started as a gimmick thing, but if I remember the story correctly, this guy set up basically an AI sort of persona, and he just like hid behind a VTuber sort of thing, and people really had no idea that there was kind of like nobody manning the scene, which is kind of insane and kind of cool at the same time. Like, I wish I had thought of it and made some crazy money, you know, not streaming.
I mean, there's also those ones who are like, oh, chat plays the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, chat plays Pokemon was extremely successful from what I remember.
Right.
Okay. Hi, Nico. Thank you for the resub. They've been subbed for 45 months, currently on a 43-month streak.
Dang.
Holy guacamole.
That's a lot of months.
That's
That's
a
a
lot.
lot of
That's a lot of months.
Speaking of AI streamers, I just saw one like a week or two ago.
There you
She
go.
was partnered.
That's
Damn.
unsettling and kind of upsetting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Granted, people knew that like there's actually somebody running it. There's a girl behind the scenes, but she had a full-blown basically VTuber model, AI responses to chat. I don't even remember what she was doing. I think she was doing like fake work interviews or something like that.
Interesting.
And I guess it was like to try to help people like get better with their own interviews or something. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't stay for too long, but yeah, she was using AI for it.
Wow. What a crazy world we live in.
Yeah,
I don't want to talk about it.
I think streamers could absolutely be replaced by AI.
Yeah. In fact, it would probably bridge the gap in skill for a lot of folks who otherwise feel like they're not there. They can't do it.
Yeah.
But with the right use of tools, they can at least make their computer do it.
Right? Now, if you want to talk about something that might not be replaceable by AI, like in any practical sense, professional athletes.
I mean, you could just have an AI video gameplay.
Yeah, but that's a whole other thing. I'm saying if you wanted to keep the live, being able to go to the event aspect of it.
Holograms.
I don't know that we're at that technology level yet, Stuart.
I've seen Tupac on stage.
God.
That's fair.
Have you actually seen that? It was fairly
Yes.
well done. No, it is funny. I have watched multiple clips of people just watching like Madden 25 being played and thinking it's the real thing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, how many times
Yeah.
have streamers been like, look at this new news report, the bombings that are happening, and, you know, fill in the name of the blank of the country. This is
Right.
outrage. And it's like, dude, that's Arma. You're just
Right.
it's video game footage, my dude. What's going on over there? Somebody vacuuming?
Somebody's
Oh,
getting
sorry.
fresh with the vacuum.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to die at the same time as get rid of the vacuum noises. Mute. I died.
Don't do that.
Generally disrecommend.
Okay, so I looked up the Tupac thing, and that's more so on the level of like Hatsune Miku. It's just a video on a screen. I wouldn't necessarily say that's a hologram.
Hmm.
But I could be wrong. I might not know the nuances to technology.
Armand says I've still not watched JoJo, but I'm fluent in the memes. Gotcha. Wait, where does this one go?
Dang.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is a lot of imagining a kid, or two kids playing, using their imagination. Well, it's like, I shot you with a laser. Well, I got a laser-proof shield. Well, my dog eats laser-proof shields. Kind of thing.
Right.
Like how can they one up each other?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how the hell am I supposed to get down?
Simultaneously love and hate when kids do that.
I like it when they're creative about it, at least.
Yeah.
D.
Hmm?
Do I want to go all the way down to the car?
Easy.
Get popcorn? Or do I just want to deal?
I personally am in the I would just deal phase of my night, but
Yeah, but yours also is. You are also like literally like a 10-second walk to it.
well, if I wanted to eat your popcorn, yeah, but I don't like popcorn like that.
I know.
If you ever farted and just want to get people, don't say I farted or do you smell that? Just say, do you smell popcorn?
Oh,
Oh
wow.
my god.
Where the hell?
So what would you like to do?
So like I was saying, we could start at high level dungeons and then work our way down the list.
You want to do level cap dungeons or high level dungeons?
I less feel like I need to do the level cap one unless you just want to do it.
Excuse me.
I mean, the level cap dungeon gives us mathematics.
True. Not as many as if you did Alliance or main scenario at max level.
But it's better than 0.
True.
Ready?
No. Now I am. Will we still get rewards for the critical mission or whatever?
We should.
Okay. I'm ready.
We are queued.
Oh, cool. Thanks. Caught up with chat?
Armand says, ooh, Overlord the Sacred Kingdom just dropped on Crunchyroll. I'm gonna watch it before bed. Night night, Oz. Good night, Armand.
Have a good night. So I'll spoil one of the responses that I gave to Stuart when he shared with me the Polish convenience store hot dog robot named Robbie. Robbie the robot. Should be like Roby. So I don't know. Unless you say robot in Polish, then Robbie
You
makes
say
sense.
robot if you're from Futurama.
True. But like how do you make prosody with the name Robbie? It's not quite there, right? Anyway. So I looked for the other videos where other people were also having problems with the hot dog making machine because it looked like it really critically failed with that one couple who filmed it and then put it up on TikTok. Got 12 pilot convenience store rollout in Poland. They're supposed to be unmanned stores. You could just stop in 24/7. You have to scan like a bank card or something to get into the store in the first place, and then whatever you pick up off the shelves is charged to your card. They track everything that you do while you're in there, and you can order a fresh hot dog, and they'll assemble it for you with the sauces, the toppings that you want. And they were like, oh, this is so cool. It's like a GLaDOS arm. And so they filmed the making of their hot dog, and it pushed the bun away. As they were trying to get the hot dog in the bun, it pushes the bun away and fucks it up. And then they just were left with like a naked hot dog. Like the whole process was like messed up because one part of it didn't have a good sensor. And so I went to go look for all of the other like really bad hot dog failing videos out there on the internet to see just how bad Robbie was at his job. But it was only that one time. Or at least that's all I could find online. Which makes me feel like, you know, the company saw it, they fixed the robot so it doesn't do that anymore. And all the people who are like, robots will never take our jobs, they're so stupid, AI is so bad, are wrong, because it will. Maybe.
Potentially.
I don't know about all of our jobs, but...
Don't trust robots with your hot dogs, fellas. 100%.
Are you speaking from experience? Is there something we
That's
need to
what
know?
Sonic says.
Something we need to know?
Just absolutely speaking from experience.
What's the...
I've been spoiled.
Spoiled?
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I'm thinking out loud. This 32-inch monitor is so nice, I need a second one.
Oh, spoiled like that. I thought you meant somebody told you something about a story that you didn't want to know ahead of
And
time.
you were like, fuck.
Like, I've been spoiled.
Oh no, I don't care about spoilers. I'm the kind of person where I will literally be in the middle of a movie that I've never seen before, and I'll have an inkling of something that's going on, so I'll Google it.
Wow.
I mean,
Because
I will do that
I'm
to
just-
myself too.
I'm too impatient to wait for the reveal, so I'm like, am I right or am I right?
Interesting.
So I don't care about spoilers whatsoever. You can spoil anything, and I'll just be like, okay.
I like to feel like I'm
Okay.
right too, but I usually wait until the end. Or like if it's a scenario where we can wait and see what happens, but I can mention what I think happens beforehand, I'll mention it so that I sound smart.
Right.
Like, hey, this guy's the killer. Just watch.
I'm just
And then when it
I
happens...
really don't care about spoilers either, but I
see.
can get how people really don't want to get spoiled at the same time.
Yeah.
I won't spoil things for other people, but I will do it for myself.
Interesting. I like to see how things play out.
It depends for me. If it is a movie and I only have to wait like maybe a couple of hours, I will just wait. But if it's like I gotta watch like 3 more hours of fucking episodes of a show and I'm like, okay, is this gonna happen? Okay, cool. I know now. And so
Right.
it's like really how much time do I have to invest before I get my answer?
Hmm.
Yeah, I feel that. I think I'm normally that way. I think the only time I really do it in movies if it's like I try to look up who a person is or something, and then I'll end up and start reading like a synopsis or like the whole plot of the movie, and then I go, oh, okay. I get sucked into reading a lot faster than I do anything else.
Did you sees Subservience, the one where Megan Fox is the robot maid. The husband chooses to help out with the family while his wife's in the hospital. Within 5 minutes, you're like, he's gotta fuck that robot.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm like, I haven't seen that,
Well-
but does he fuck the robot?
I mean, it's Megan Fox.
Yeah, it's Megan Fox,
But
and it's
also,
a maid.
in the trailer, it suggests that.
I see.
I don't actively look up
Okay.
spoilers,
Well, I'm
usually. The only time I really do is, like, Legend of Oxnard or Critical Role, like, yeah, each of these these, like, podcast, like, videos are 5 hours. It's like, there's over 100 of them. I wonder what characters die.
Yeah.
Yeah. At some point, you're like, how much time do I want to invest 30 seconds in Googling it, or do I want to invest literal hours, literal days, literal weeks of my life?
So somebody who doesn't watch a lot of movies or follow a lot of celebrities, is Megan Fox a good actress?
She's okay.
Okay.
She has that kind of a stigma where she's just a hot chick.
Yeah, that's why I asked, is because
Yeah.
I know what she looks like. I just don't know how she characterizes people. In,
I feel like she hasn't been given any roles that would suit her really well. That
Mhm,
aren't
Yeah.
just, you're the hot chick.
mhm.
Yeah, I would agree to that.
Like, I liked her in Transformers well enough. Like, she wasn't anything special, but she wasn't a bad actress.
Nobody was anything special in Transformers.
Hey, don't
name
talk shit on Kaya.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
name the character that had dynamics or plot
Jazz.
Bumblebee.
He got ripped in half.
or dialogue. It's memorable.
Hey, just because a movie doesn't have character development or good plot or, like, make common sense,
Or good
Doesn't mean-
CG. The one thing Transformers should have is fantastic CG.
I mean, it still holds up fairly well, but
Not
the
the
first one does a lot of the night stuff.
not the cinematography. I feel like in order to make the
No.
Transformers feel massive, they put them too close to the screen, and that does two things. One, it makes it uncomfortable and hard for people to track exactly what's happening with the action, and two, it puts the not the best CG in the world at high level of scrutiny.
Speaking of movies that are good, that probably shouldn't be. Apparently, the new Thunderbolts movie is going to be really good.
I'm right as the mail.
Which movie?
It's the newer Marvel movie. There's a whole, like, thing where the new Marvel movies haven't been doing as good as the previously ones.
Yeah.
I see.
But this one is touted as the best Marvel movie in a long time.
Okay.
And I think it has a big part that most of the characters are just people with, like, they're not CGI fests.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are very flawed characters. But then again, then you get Guardians of the Galaxy that made me cry over a raccoon.
Yeah. I still don't think we've seen the third one of that.
I thought you had.
Nope.
No.
Oh, my bad. I thought that was the series you had seen.
We haven't seen, I don't think, any full arc of any movies.
Riel says Megan Fox was Reagan in New Girl, and she was good at that, but the character was kind of written to be away. What do you mean?
Yeah, what does that mean? What way? Was the way like Megan Fox's personality? Because I feel like there's
This
some
is the way.
actors that get away with that, like Leo DiCaprio.
I was literally just gonna say his name.
Yeah. I feel like screenplay writers who really want Leo DiCaprio in a movie will put a character whose personality is Leo DiCaprio's personality. We're like,
I
look,
think the last time that he really did a good job at acting was What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
yep,
Have you not seen
yep,
Django Unchained?
I'm not.
no.
Watch that.
Was he something other than his usual plucky roguelike
He's
self?
a villain.
Okay.
He's a racist villain.
So Leo.
Yeah.
Her personality was being hot. Okay.
Alright.
That
So,
does not
okay.
give me confidence
Since
that she's a
we're-
good actress.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Megan Fox tends to be typecast a
Sure.
lot. I think is the biggest thing. They see her and they just go, "We need a hot chick."
Yeah.
Megan Fox.
She keeps taking all my roles, and I don't like it.
But there's have you guys ever seen the movie Ella Enchanted?
Mhm.
It's the Anne Hathaway Cinderella movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I loved that movie
So
as a kid.
Lucy Punch, the stepsister Hattie.
Mhm.
Lucy Punch has played some version of Cinderella's evil stepsister 4 times.
Uh.
And it is not because directors have said that this is the only thing that she can do or whatever. It is because when she was 11, she was obsessed with the ugly sister, and she had an ugly sister birthday party, and then saw Into the Woods, and then
Into the
was,
woods.
I believe she was cast in Into the Woods?
Okay.
Whether it was the actual musical movie or it was a production of it somewhere. But she has sought out, like, on her own to be in these roles of Cinderella's stepsister because it's what she likes to do.
But
Whatever
was
floats
she
your
in?
boat.
Was she ever in
Right.
the Seventh Kingdom? Or Ninth Kingdom? Ninth Kingdom.
The reference is falling flat for me.
But it won't be for Oz.
Okay.
It is.
Wait, no. It's some number kingdom. It's the one where the girl goes from New York to like. It was something kingdom, but it had like the big bad wolf as one of the main characters. Huff Puff.
You're batting
I
it.
know you've seen it 'cause
Batting
I
1,000,
gave you the whole
Stuart.
DVD box set.
Nope. Never
You're
gonna use
losing
that.
us here, man.
Oh well. If you want to watch some good old TV that will never continue because it's only one season and done,
Oh, that's really exciting. Yeah. I like-
it
No,
was
it
a
was
very
on Fox.
unique show.
I like feeling disappointed. Like I can't
I
continue
know
to
you
watch
do.
a show.
Or you're friends with me.
Riel said 10th Kingdom.
10th Kingdom, yeah.
Nope. Never seen it.
I'm fairly certain you have, but
No,
you
I'm
may just
pretty
not
s-
remember.
Pretty damn sure that I haven't seen it.
Did you look it up?
Oz is
Why did not
DPSing
die,
for me right now.
I was gonna
I need her
say,
to focus on killing things.
No, that's fine.
Look it up.
Yeah, 100% have
Um,
not seen this.
Interesting. I thought you had, because I know Trace had.
Oh
I
yeah,
know,
they're
no,
the same people. So
I'm putting the new box, right? So I feel
I could probably count on one hand the amount of shows and or movies that Trace and I watched together.
Teresa was talking about cat poop and pee, and I wanted to make sure it wasn't too gross.
That's fine.
But-
So,
I talked about dead bodies earlier.
Those aren't that gross.
I mean,
fun bit, Stuart. Lucy Punch was in the 10th Kingdom.
That's why I mentioned it. I was like, I'm pretty sure she is.
I believe that's one of the other ones where she plays Cinderella's stepsister. Because she's Lucinda in Into the Woods, which is one of the stepsisters. She's Hattie in Ella Enchanted, and then she's one of the stepsisters in another old like British TV show, and I think it might be the 10th Kingdom. And then there's another one where she plays the stepsister.
It is a British TV show using mostly American actors, which is amusing. Or a lot of American actors.
Well,
That's
Lucy
fun.
Punch is English.
I mean, a lot of the main cast, I believe, is American.
Right.
Or at least they put on American accents for most of it.
Yeah. She's also, if you've seen the 2017 Neil Patrick Harris, A Series of Unfortunate Events series, she is the, frick, I forget the name of her character. Esme Squalor. There we go.
Isn't that
It's
the
been a
second
minute.
parental unit?
I believe so. But yeah, so this is, like I said, in regards of typecasting, Lucy Punch has typecasted herself. She plays typically an evil character.
I mean,
I will say, from what I know, playing villains is way more fun than the hero.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
yeah, I would say so. I would also say if you can be whatever you want to be as an actor, you're winning. You're definitely you've got the best career choice. Yeah, you're doing a good job.
Yeah, for sure. If you're able to just walk in and go, I want that role, and you get that role, you've done it.
Yep.
I really need some help.
Nope.
Just
I was down
nope.
to like 80 health.
I saw.
Alright, time for me to lock in.
I don't think I've ever seen Jennifer's body.
That one's pretty good.
That one is actually pretty good.
It's I don't know if I'd classify it as a horror comedy.
Yeah. I have to go fix the child before she falls off the bed. I'll be back.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. I know it's got Amanda Seyfried, who I really like.
Oh, yeah. I like her.
I am obsessed with Mamma Mia.
Even though it's not, it makes no sense.
It makes perfect sense. It is a musical. It does not need to make actual, logical, real-world sense. Thank you very
Who
much.
wants to be my daddy?
I think she's eating something in her dreams.
Oh.
Been there.
Horrible.
Because they keep hearing.
Oh no. Speaking of, I need to go check on my child.
Well, she definitely takes
Which
after
one?
you in that regard.
Oh.
The tiny one. She's in my room alone.
That's dangerous.
How does she take after me, D?
Because you also eat in your sleep.
I do.
Yeah.
Since when?
Oh, always. It's not every night, so I haven't really mentioned it. I think I would probably have said something sooner if it was like an every time thing.
Yeah.
Like, man, you're just 100% snack goblin, aren't you? Because you're always eating.
That's okay. Sometimes, like, you will roll over and you will be just, like, legit just talking to nobody.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I do that when I'm awake, so. I imagine I do that when I'm dreaming, too.
The biggest experience I have with someone talking in their sleep was someone saying, "You are not ready for this power," and then going back to sleep immediately.
Oh, my.
I had
Wor-
a rude awakening when Eric told me that I fart in my sleep, and we had only been dating for a couple months.
You know what? Teresa said the same thing to me, and then my response was, "You can fart on me. I don't care." And she's like, "Really?" And that's how we got married.
There you go.
Right then and there.
That's how it all started, yeah.
You're like, wow, yes. This is what I want to spend the rest of my life with.
Right.
Fart goblin.
Yeah.
Teresa has a new name.
Fart goblin? Oh no.
I keep getting this, like, sharp, stabby headache in the side of my head, and it's not pleasant.
That does not sound pleasant.
Call it Stuart.
I am gonna be cutting my stream pretty soon here.
Okay.
Do you think you could take a short break and come and take my blood pressure?
Sure.
I appreciate you.
Just Teresa in the background saying, "Come on, Derp, you got a new pooper.
Nice.
I don't remember how this goes.
We bought a new
There you go.
cat litter box."
Gotcha.
Nice.
So let's crank up the AI question a notch. Would you ever consider, like, let's just say you lost your spouse? Would you ever consider being with an AI version of them after they pass?
It depends on what the physical form is, if there is one.
Yeah, I think that would make a big deal about like what is the deciding factor for me.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I'd be down to be an AI person.
let's start close to realistic at first and just say, did you ever see the movie? What was it called? Her?
Yeah.
Yes, her is the one where he gets the AI girlfriend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So.
The one where his nose wrinkles look like another nose.
Yes, that one.
Such
Poor
a
Joaquin.
specific, like, meme.
It's a meme that
Just instant, yes,
anybody
that
who's
one.
seen it will never forget.
I forgot about that whole I need to walk along that path thing.
All right.
Black Mirror has an episode about this, and it is just what season?
Heart wrenching, right? It was like
Yeah.
season 1,
Yeah.
pretty early on. Yeah.
See,
0%
I
would not
think-
use an AI version of spouse. It would make me way too sad. My love languages are very dependent on my partner's ability to do things with me. Like touch and acts of service.
Everyone heard it here. Oz likes to be serviced.
I mean, I don't know.
I think I'm gift giving and physical contact.
I just like existing in the same space.
So what if
I thought you
somebody
hated
existed as
existing.
just like a little thing in your pocket?
I don't know, cause okay, so like, and this is something that Eric and I are actually having to work on because for him, he's not a big fan of this. But I'm one of those people where I could literally just be sitting in the same room with you. We don't have to be talking. We can each individually be doing our own things, and I am content with that because it's knowing that you're there.
You have like an accountability buddy to remain focused on the task that you decided to set out on.
I mean, that's Teresa and I. That's
Yes and no, because
90%
it could
of what
literally
her and
just
I
be me
react-
sitting there scrolling on my phone.
Alright.
Mhm.
I mean, I do enjoy some just like breathing space, sort of. Yeah.
Right.
it also
But
helps
I-
when your hobbies mesh well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like how
I think
Teresa
it
just
is
sits and reads.
because- Right.
Like if one
I
of
feel
you
like
is a
just-
homebody and the other one's always at clubs or the gym or something,
Yeah.
it'd be awkward.
Yes. And it's like it's not so much that he's one of those people that wants to get out of the house constantly and do things, but he can only say
You're
it's kind of going stir
so
crazy
robot.
and
Yeah, we're losing you.
oh no. I got too much stuff going on and my Wi-Fi is not happy about it.
Sounds like it.
Is it?
You're withy?
Wow.
Yeah. Is it better or is it still a problem?
It's still a problem.
Is it better?
Stop.
Yeah, basically.
Derpy don't like the small box. She's like, I'm a big lady, I need big space.
How about now?
Yeah. Sound cleaner.
Sound
Okay,
cleaner. I
cool.
feel like there was a minor hiccup in you talking just now, but I feel like I would need to hear you talking for longer.
Right. I had to close out multiple things.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I'm fighting someone named Raging Guy Lover.
Okay.
Nice.
Good on them.
I'm glad they know themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, why are you so angry about it?
I mean, if anger is their kink, then that's fine.
Is
I
it
ain't gonna
though?
kink shame them. Might
Yeah.
kink ask why though.
Anger isn't always healthy. It has to be healthy anger.
Oh,
I get people getting filled with rage, and like, let yourself get filled. Just do it responsibly.
Wow.
Responsibility?
Yeah, I can definitively feel the fact that I did not drink my bubbler this morning
mm-hmm.
because I'm starting to get the sleepy eyes
Gotcha.
where I'm like, how long have I been sitting here?
I think if I liked somebody's personality enough, I wouldn't mind having them in my pocket to talk to. I think I would
Yeah.
probably like it less, honestly, if they were like a real doll body, you know, gooey but synthetic. Feels like everything human, but you know, inside there's like servos, gears, and oil.
I mean, but if in it is encased basically the soul of the person that you love. I mean, right now I'm just a meat suit.
I would still almost just rather have the little pocket thing.
All right.
Agree.
I'm pretty sure there's animes about this, like lost loved ones coming back as such and such.
Mm-hmm. Well, like Riel was saying, there's a Black Mirror that tackles the idea.
Are we more
I
than
think-
our thoughts?
No.
Depends on.
Yeah, it really depends.
And not everybody gets into a relationship because their person of choice is a bundle of thoughts, emotions, and personality that you care for more than other things. Some people, it's shared experiences or a smell and a feel when you're being held by them, or the way they take care of you. I'm more sapiosexual, so for me, if the like emotional and mental connection isn't there, all that other stuff like the smell, the feel, the vibe is kind of
Very
lost
minimal.
on me. Yeah.
I think for me, my mental state would depend on being able to still like talk to them and whatnot, but not necessarily like be stuck with the robot version of them.
Yeah.
Like I would have to move on. There would be some moving on required. Otherwise, I would not be able to continue living.
Yeah.
And I think if I still have a full-bodied robot version of them around, I would not move on.
True.
What if, for the period, especially in the cases of like sudden death, like automobile accident or murder, or like if we had the technology where like you could back up kind of like your consciousness, and they had a program to help you work through complex grief, where you could temporarily have like a robotic version of that person with their recent consciousness where they could talk to you exactly the way that they would talk to you.
Yeah.
And after a period of time, you like it would deactivate, or like they had to return back to like a center, and they had to be like switched out so that somebody else could be helped through their grief.
That would wreck me, because it would feel like losing them all over again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least you got to reconcile with the fact that they weren't immediately gone, or gone and you didn't get to see them before they were like just like, instead of it
Just
being
ripped
like
away.
you sent them out the door to work that morning and they got into a motor vehicle accident and then they're just gone. Like,
Right.
you got to say goodbye. You got to talk it out with them. You got to kind of like finish anything that you left unfinished, or just be able to like sit in what would be perceived as like their arms and just cry it out for a while.
You saying
I'm already
stay goodbye.
crying.
You're saying stay goodbye brought high school choir back.
I'm such a baby, and these are all fears that I actually have with Eric, so I'm already crying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
By the way, Haley, did you drink water?
No, I didn't. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Just give me a minute.
You're fine.
I will
It's
say
okay.
for
I
Haley,
blame-
since
Apologize.
they are
I blame
currently
Oz for being so cold-hearted.
I'm not cold-hearted.
No, she
when it
wasn't.
comes to death, Haley does not like the thought or to think about it.
Oh God, I have a fear of dying, and it
I mean,
stems
that's a
from.
healthy fear.
It's pretty
Well,
normal.
no, it stems from I'm terrified of the time when my consciousness shuts off.
No.
Like, it's just, it's the thought of no longer having a conscious thought process anymore.
That makes sense.
It freaks me the hell out. Like, I can't deal with it. And I think there's a little bit of trauma from seeing a grandparent in the hospital when they got really sick, and then just in general not having a very good mental state.
Yeah.
And my anxiety can go haywire a lot of the time, and so literally every afternoon when Eric goes to work, he texts me when he gets to work. That way I'm not just
Freaking out,
having a
wondering if he
panic
got
attack.
there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I will. And that comes from people driving out here is absolutely atrocious.
Yeah.
And we have some of the craziest accidents that I've ever seen or heard of. So yeah, I think in that instance of like, oh, you only have so much time, and then like they go away either back to a place or like for somebody else to deal with their loved ones, it would just feel like losing them all over again for me, because I know I would get attached to the fact that they're still around for a time.
Yeah.
And then, I would say that, if this was something that people could sign up for, or, opt into, that you would probably not be a good fit. It would be something that I would think that what I would do is I would do like an analysis on the person, on do like check-ins on like mental health and like stress
Absolutely.
responses, and because it would be something that you could really devastate somebody with. But for the people that have the tools to manage something like this, I feel like it would be really positive.
I think if it were a case like how Dee said, of like just having them in your pocket
Mhm.
for the rest of the time would be nice.
How would you feel being on the reverse side of it, though?
Well, I feel like in that aspect, it's not so much of like you actually have their consciousness loaded up to something. It's just that you have some kind of little like bot that speaks in the way that they would, like, makes the kind of jokes that they would, kind of simulates their thought process for you.
But then I have to ask, have you had the conversation with Eric of like, you know, if I were to suddenly pass?
Oh,
would you
absolutely
move
not.
on?
It's not a conversation that I can have because I just break down. Granted, I think I may have mentioned it once or twice that if I were to pass and he felt like he was ready to move on, then I would say go for it.
Yeah. I feel
But
like
I just have attachment issues.
I get it.
I get attached fast and hard, and then I can't let go.
Like a barnacle.
Wow.
Literally.
Stop trying to come up with new names for Haley.
Right?
He's always.
She's not the barnacle.
Who is she? Who, Moist Daddy?
No.
Oh, what was the last one?
What was it?
I believe it was
Passion Project.
yeah, Passion Project.
To be fair, you could thank Joe for that one.
Right.
Now, let's take it in a different direction. What if you found out that your partner had an AI side piece?
I'd be fine with that.
So if I had found out, I have a problem with this.
Mm-hmm.
If it had been a conversation,
Mm-hmm.
all I ask for is communication. If you feel like you have to hide something like that, there is something fundamentally wrong with our relationship, and we need to talk.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, hiding most stuff in a relationship is just, what's it called? A bad idea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Generally, yeah. I was like, I should quit. And then I'm like, so I am 11,000 experience out of 9,231 experience away from the next level.
So are we running something else?
No, I'm finishing
Alright.
up this, and then I am cutting stream.
All right.
So I'm in one of those matches where they can't get out of their spawn point,
Nice.
Oh,
but I'm on the other side, and it's competitive mode, so I kind of like it this time.
Oh, yeah, especially in competitive.
It took all of them ulting just to get out of the point.
Yikes.
Oh, unspoken strange combo with a Scarlet Witch.
interesting.
We got an ace out of it.
Nice.
It's a shame that you're leaving. We could, Oz, if you wanted, you could totally play Rivals with us. And I mean,
I
me.
probably could, but
He
I
said,
would
but.
suffer. I would suffer, especially because I have to be up at 6 a.m.
Truth. Not sure why I
And
failed that
D?
mission.
D got some sleep before stream. I did not.
I did. It was pretty glorious.
Sleep is important.
And I already have to evict the little one. Also, D, you missed the fact that, and 90 minutes after Tiny went to bed and was like asleep,
Yeah.
she peed her bed.
What the heck? Did you?
How much did she have to drink today?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, did you remember to take her to try to pee before putting her down?
I believe so. Yeah.
Hmm.
Is she like super drunk or?
Yeah.
Probably.
Usually, it's the only way we can get her to sleep.
Fermented goat's milk, I know.
Oh my god, what am I doing? I'm being so dumb.
I mean, she's
Come on,
basically a Chardonnay mom already.
It's true.
She just needs the soccer van.
That's fair. Do you guys prefer red or white wine or rosé?
Red.
Red? Okay.
Deep reds.
Rosé.
Deep red, dry.
Yeah. Nothing sweet.
I don't drink,
No.
so I can't say one or the other, but I do prefer fruity drinks, and I'm fairly certain whites are fruitier.
No. not
Depends. They're dry
necessarily.
whites too.
True. I just don't drink alcohol.
Yeah.
It's fun to be around people who are drinking alcohol, and I'm not opposed to like having shots or something, but it never really does anything for me.
Mm. I think it's one of those
Hi, Rashi.
things that if you don't have the acclimation and the socialization of drinking alcohol, there's no reason for you to pick it up. Like your family doesn't do it at get-togethers, you don't have a friend group who bases your friendship around having drinks together, there's no reason for you to start. There's only health detriment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also, the fact that I've had a family who's very heavy into drinking.
Yeah. Hi, Rush. Yeah, that probably makes it worse too.
I don't know if I've ever seen Haley drunk. Have I? I know you drink it on occasion, but not very often.
No, because
I don't-
we've never been in a situation of having alcohol near us. Same time. So the only times that I really drink is like sitting at home, and Eric will be off for the night or whatever, and it's just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go drink some wine or something. Or if we're out to dinner for like somebody's birthday or whatever, I'll get like a margarita. And I'm a lightweight, so I mean you can almost instantly tell that I'm feeling it at the very least.
Are you feeling it, Mr. Krabs?
Oh,
But
it's
I'm
now
not,
feeling
like-
it now, Mr. Krabs.
Right? But I'm not like getting wasted or anything.
The fabric of our
I get you.
star began to
Oh, that's
fray,
lame. I thought they placed you in like a rank after a certain amount of matches. You have to build your way all the way up.
Oh yeah, you do. There's no placement matches in this game.
That's lame. I was doing it for no reason.
It really sucks, actually. Yeah.
I mean, I was wondering why I was getting like 36 kills a game.
Yep. It's a little weird. I'm not quite sure what their thought process is on it. Because most people, it incentivizes people to smurf even harder than in other games.
Yeah.
Because if you smurf and then you're placed at a higher rank, well, then you can't smurf as much anymore. But if you start with each new account at the bottom and you never get placements, then yeah.
Right. And that's it for me, guys.
All right, Oz.
Thanks for having me.
Oz, we all love and cherish you.
Thanks
That's
for
me,
having
you
us.
know it.
Fuck you. How dare you deny our feelings?
Just yours.
Fine.
I think it's just a Stewart thing.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, Oz is a woman, and I just said I love you, so what else do I expect?
That's true. That's true.
That fucking giggle.
Like I said,
Alright.
you know I'm gonna laugh whenever people mess with me.
I know. It's because it's so rare.
All right, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. I will see you guys on Friday. Go take care of yourself. Go eat some food. Go drink some water. Go scrub your face. Go take care of whatever it is your brain and your body needs to do in order to do the happy brain thing, or at least the good brain thing.
So, D,
Yes.
we've been discussing regular jobs, but do you think parents could become obsolete with technology?
I asked this question in the beginning of stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
you did?
Yeah.
Well, fuck me.
I think it's
What was the consensus?
well, I didn't go far down the rabbit hole at the very beginning. I think we all just sort of agreed, like, oh, it's probably like one of the last things you'd ever automate, right? But
Yeah.
even though,
I don't think it would be the last thing. Too many people who don't want to be parents after having kids.
yeah, that's exactly where I was going to go right now. Is
I feel like if there were people you could give that child to that could automate parenting,
Just as
cool.
prayer gives
Yeah.
rise to
like
prophecy,
there's so many
so
people
shall
who
the
got bullied into it, or societal pressure, or for whatever other reason they're in it and they shouldn't be, right? They absolutely should not be doing this. They know it too.
Stop kissing everything.
Oz. Thank you for
God.
raiding the same people that were just watching the show into the other side
I was
of the
about to
show.
say, I'm like, doesn't help when you're cross streaming.
Yeah, we cross pollinate here.
Yeah.
Jesus in the corner. Gross.
Like you and Stuart don't pollinate.
We're not allowed to anymore. Court order.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh my.
They're not as closed, but they're like okay. This one has a. What is that?
All right, guys.
Flower?
I am gonna go get some slip.
Sounds good.
Yee.
Have a good night.
Would you like me to move the small child before you come upstairs?
Sure.
No, do a belly flop on him.
Probably be helpful.
Because your hand is still damaged.
Yeah.
What happened to your hand?
Um.
What's happening?
So one of.
Alright, bye guys.
Bye.
Bye.
First of all, I'll just say, yeah, I feel like awful parents deserve an out, and awful kids deserve better than that parent. And I saw plenty of kids growing up around me or younger generations that suffered needlessly at having just bad parenting when it could have been so much better for them. Yeah. Anyway, so what happened to my hand was one of our toilets, the septic tank part, the is that what it's called, or the tank part?
Yeah, that's
In
just
the
a
water
tank.
tank.
Water tank. That's probably the more correct term.
Septic tank is in the ground.
Yeah.
Way,
yeah,
like-
septic ain't what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say. The water tank started to leak. I
Uh-huh.
didn't hide behind a rock. Oh, I didn't take damage. Okay.
I'm in
Sorry.
the middle.
It started to leak, and it leaked through the floor, and it leaked into the crawl space. And I was in the crawl space doing unrelated work, and it came away from the work I was doing. It was just leaving. I was just leaving, and in my just leaving, I stepped on a patch of really slick mud that had been
Oh no.
soaking in water tank water that was dripping through the floorboards into the undercarriage of the house. And our crawl space isn't like elbows and knees like some people's are. You can kind of Quasimodo hunch in it.
That's
It's
a
like-
cool
You got
crawl
a lot of
space.
space underneath.
It's pretty cool, yeah. Until you have to do work in there, and then you're like, it's not really that cool to be able to to only partway stand. It's kind of miserable. It's just not as miserable as elbows and knees. So it's like, you know, instead of somebody shitting in your sandwich, you just got pus or something. I don't know. I'm trying to think of awful.
Sounds like
analogy.
someone needs to lay a tarp down.
Well, there's a tarp, and that's what made the dripping, or that actually would have made the dripping worse if it were in the tarp area. This was an area where the tarp was just not. There's only so much coverage with the tarp.
Great.
Anyway, I slipped and I'm Quasimodoing around, and so I'm having significant just posturing weirdness. And on top of that, I fell really, really badly.
Oh no.
So I fell weird and I fell hard and bad. And I really screwed up my forearm, my wrist, and several of my fingers.
What's wrong, Dad?
Slipping in
I am sorry to hear
toilet
that.
water. Yeti!
I'm right as the mail.
Hi, I'll catch up with chat when we're not in the middle of this probably after this fight. Anyway, yeah, my forearm still kind of hurts. My wrist.
Yeti.
Oh, he's in and out.
Okay, I'm going to bed, but had to come say hello, love you, MFers.
Oh man, love you too, Yeti. Let's catch up soon. Yeah, it's been a minute.
I
Yeah.
will do my best to read chat for you while you're playing your
Oh,
game.
thanks. That's very kind. It's like you're a moderator for my channel or something like that. Imagine.
Don't push it.
Oh, sorry.
It's like you're a mod or something. Wow.
I'm going to silence this Haley for 10 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Fight.
I trust your judgment. Yeah, but there were some significant after effects, and while my fingers are actually the slowest healing out of everything, which is kind of wild to me, because I have another part that's worse. It just means that my whole arm on that side, like, basically can't do a lot of work, and that's my strong arm, so that really sucks too. And even streaming, like, honestly hurts because I use both hands and a little bit of my forearms to be here and do stuff on my computer. So it sucks. It sucks.
Just
The-
make sure to
Go ahead.
do quick flicking motions to help the healing process.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I'll give that a shot. The really awful part is that I really fucked up my wrist when I was in early community college. My community college had a snowboarding class that was just like a winter intersession thing, but because you got like significant discounts through education and through group bundle deal, it was like the only way I would ever be able to afford snowboarding. So I was like, okay, well, shit, I'm going to make this happen. And then on that trip, I really fucked up my wrist. And that's the wrist I fell on. So one that that has long since been injured in my life is now newly re-injured.
I have that same problem. I fractured my right wrist. It was like a hairline fracture when I was about 11 or 12. And every so often, I'll end up smacking it on something.
Oh no.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah.
Usually it's me.
Smacking it on you.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Yeah. Understandably.
deserve it.
And deserve it. Yeah, very true. Okay. Could you catch up on chat since
It's
Or was
his
everything else covered?
emojis and emojis.
okay.
And then after that,
And Yeti also redeemed a triple self-care.
oh yeah,
Okay. I'm gonna have to wait to do that one.
I was just someone just was told that they smell of cheese between their pinky toes in
Mhm.
Baldur's Gate.
Oh,
Yeah.
and do they? Did you take a
Uh,
whiff?
It was I think a ghoul that told him.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much, they're just telling him to fuck off. You can't come into our circus.
Oh.
Yeah.
But do they actually? Did you give it a sniff? I just want to know.
My character's perception checks are notoriously bad.
I see.
Druid's character is not very percent.
Actually, I have learned very much in this game, or D&D in general. Perception is probably one of the most important things to have be good.
Oh yeah,
So it is really funny to have it be bad.
that's true, and a lot of pen and paper campaigns too.
Yeah.
You can deal with the dangers of the DM just that much better,
Depending on the DM.
depending on the DM. Yeah, I like
Like,
to.
if they don't give you the opportunity to see them, they just like, oh, your character never even thought, you didn't ask to see it.
Nah, that's true.
This is far from the worst of it.
I like to work with the skills that my party has if I DM. So if nobody's picked up perception, I'm not necessarily going to make it a perception heavy campaign to punish them.
And you will
I'll do
see
something
the
different
end
with
of
the way the campaign works.
I do like building a character who wants what he doesn't have, which is always fun.
Hmm.
One of my characters, the one I'm currently playing D&D with, wants to be like a detective investigator because it's the only thing he can do that's not just like big guy hits things. So yeah, I'm a big strong man, but I want to investigate things and be like a helper. But he has a 0 modifier on both of those,
Oh my.
or had. I eventually throughout the campaign gave him skills to help him grow into that. But
Mhm.
starting off, I just made him bad at it intentionally.
I do appreciate a good flawed character.
Oh, that's why you like me.
I didn't say that.
That's fair. Don't worry, I don't like me either.
Okay. Just as long as we
I'm
agree.
wanted in 12 star systems.
Did you just suddenly become drunk?
It's kind of sound like that.
Hasn't seen Star Wars for a while. It's from a scene in the first one.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I actually like act. Wait, hold on. Do you mean first one as in like in release order first one, so number 4?
Yes.
Do you mean first one as in number 1?
Episode 4, if that helps.
Yes.
It's literally the
That's fine.
cantina scene. And my friend doesn't like you. Oh, I'll be careful. Well, I don't like you either. I'm a wanted man.
The star was fading. We saw we had to weave its laws anew.
Especially with those movies, you gotta specify what you mean when you say first.
That's true.
Do I though?
You could mean the Red Letter Media torn apart movies.
Right?
It is also funny doing the same thing with Pokemon. It's like, who is the first Pokemon? And then giving like Bulbasaur Pokedex entry, Arceus the literal first Pokemon, Rhyhorn the first created Pokemon, and then I think Mew is the last one. But just depends what you mean by first.
Hmm.
Right.
You want to know something awful about me that you're welcome to judge as harshly as you so desire?
Well, considering the fact I don't usually judge, go for it.
Okay. Well, this might make you want for my kids to be raised by AI. Just saying.
Well, I already want that, so
Oh.
I'm not gonna change anything.
Oh, and, okay. Well, at least now I know something about how you and I relate.
Well, I didn't say I want them to not be raised by you. I just said I also want them to be raised by AI.
Oh, also. I see. I've never beaten a Pokemon game,
That's totally fine.
and
They are
I've only
fairly
played
long, or-
two of them, and one of them was Pokemon Go.
You want to know something that's worse than that? I don't finish games.
Okay. I've got no issue with that.
I know Haley doesn't. I have to push them to finish games with me.
So a lot of it comes from I'll either get distracted by something else, and so then I start playing another game, and then I forget about that game.
Hmm.
Some of it comes from it's a game so good that I don't want it to end, like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I have not actually finished either of those games,
Okay.
but I think that they're phenomenal, and I will absolutely recommend them to anybody that is willing to listen to that recommendation.
Hmm.
But I refuse to fight Ganon because I do not want the game to end.
That's the thing, is the game doesn't end if you just keep going.
Right.
No, it does, because when you fight Ganon and you try to continue, it starts you at your save before you fight Ganon.
Not if you're doing the DLC, I think.
What DLC? There is no DLC for Breath of the Wild on Tears of the Kingdom.
Breath of the Wild there is, not Tears.
What?
Yeah, it's the one that makes your Master Sword stronger and gives you a motorcycle.
Uh,
You're talking about the expansion pass. That's a whole other thing.
That's a DLC.
But that doesn't actually, like... Okay, I'm saying base game, Stuart. Base game. When you defeat Ganon, that is the end. And if you try to continue, it starts you from where you were before you fought Ganon.
Semantics.
No! But I don't finish games. I think I can count the amount of games that I've actually finished on like 2 fingers.
I am the opposite. I try not to leave a game unfinished, even if it ends up being something I'm not super, like, a fan of.
Right.
I've quit a lot of older games, but I feel like they are also unfair.
That is a good reason to quit them.
Whereas newer games, it's like, okay, you can always continue from this save point, or you can always leave the area and farm for more experience or goods or whatever. Some older games are like, no, you need to sit and hopefully have like, 6 hours of consecutive playtime to go from beginning to end, because there's no stopping once you start.
Mm-hmm.
Or anytime you get hurt, you need to stop for 20 minutes and farm up your health again. I just don't have time and wherewithal for all that.
I would not have been able to finish the first Final Fantasy games without the added feature of multiple experience, or multiply your experience.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not viable.
Yeah.
It's like, cool, spend 10 hours or 10 minutes. Which one?
Right. Exactly.
Take it back. There are 3 games I've finished, and 2 of them I played with Stuart.
What? So, Split Fiction.
Split Fiction and then Baldur's Gate. I didn't play the whole thing with you, but still played part of it with you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's gonna
And
be
then
crazy.
What?
You're gonna play it again.
I
And
know.
beat it again.
I know. The other game that I played was one of the Pokemon games,
Mm-hmm.
but I cannot say for sure which one. It was either Sun and Moon, or it was like Black and White or something.
Hmm.
And I think it was Sun and Moon, actually. Yeah, I don't finish games.
I mean, you also live in an age where you can just look up the ending. I grew up in an age where that wasn't a thing. So even when I get slightly tired of a game, I feel like I need to finish it just so I can see the ending. Whereas you could just like, oh, let's look at this really quick.
Right, I
Yeah.
can go find a playthrough somewhere.
Which you're also very involved with people who play through current games.
There is that too. There are some times where I'll get into a game because somebody's playing it, and I try not to watch them too closely, but then I end up watching them closely, and then I'm like, well, now I don't need to finish it. 'Cause I've seen them do it.
I do like Let's Plays. Sometimes I just don't feel like I have the interest as much to play a certain game. But
Right.
I kind of want to see how it goes, or at least how the story plays out.
Yeah. I'm one of those people also where like I start to feel like I'm missing out on something.
FOMO.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so like I'll watch somebody playing something and I'm like, that's a really good game. I want to experience that for myself. And so I'll watch them and then I'm not playing it at the same pace that they are, and so then they finish it and then they start another game and then I get sucked into that one and I'm like, that's a really good game. I want to play it for myself.
I can usually tell when you get stuck, like when that happens, because you'll be like, Stuart, do you have any copies of this?
Right. Because Keon will start playing something and I'll be like, Stuart,
Wait, I
please
got
tell me you have
you.
this at your store.
Mm.
It is a very bad habit. One that I would like to end, but I have no idea if
I'm glad I encouraged you to finish a game.
it right. Technically I beat Hades.
Did you get the
if
first
you-
ending?
Yeah, if you want to be like just strictly like beating a game, I did get to the ending of Hades, and I am in like the extended bit of the game.
There you go.
But I love being pedantic.
Uh-oh.
So, did you really?
No, I know. Not entirely, no.
Well, maybe
I
you
got
should try
the-
harder.
Okay, but that's also one of those games where it's like, here's an ending. And it's like, keep going to get the actual ending, though. It's like, okay, thanks, I guess.
It is also a game
Another-
meant to be played over and over and over again.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a roguelike. You play it 100 times before you even get the ending in the first place.
Yeah.
Well, for you.
Listen, I suck at games, okay?
No, you're
You
not
know when
bad.
when people say skill issue, that's me. It is a skill issue. No, I've never actually sat down and taken the time to properly learn game mechanics. I am a button masher.
You also get frustrated very easily.
I do. Sometimes it depends on the game, honestly. When I know that I'm doing something right and it's not working properly, that's when I get really frustrated.
Yeah, I can. Like when we had the netcode issue.
Yes, when we had the lag issue on Split Fiction, and I was about to throw my controller because I was so angry.
Like you don't usually get that angry at stuff,
Oh,
and even I was like, "Hey, you good?"
no,
Yikes.
I was not good.
It was a platform-heavy section of the game
Yeah.
with flighty physics.
Oh,
And you had
yeah.
to be very spot on with like exactly when you jump. It was very
And,
precise, and I had
Well,
lag.
one of us did, which is the thing that you were having to do it, and you were having the delay.
Yeah.
So I'm just doing what I can to try and help, and it's not.
No, that was fun. Like even like I mean I play Overwatch and I play competitive Overwatch and I don't get that frustrated like that. So it's really only if it's a case of okay, I know I'm doing this right. I know I understand this. So why is it not working?
I think that might be another reason I avoid MMOs now.
Why is that?
I don't ever feel like the game is finished, and it doesn't give me the satisfying like, the game is done, because there's always new DLC, always more gear to get. So like feeling I get when I'm done with a game isn't ever there. It's great while I'm doing it, and like when I was playing World of Warcraft, it was fun. But I'm very much. So I was like, okay, I'm just doing the same thing over and over again. It's more of a chore, or just a routine than it is me playing a game at this point.
Yeah.
Is Destiny an MMO?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say
Okay.
so. It's kind of light,
Okay.
but yeah.
Right. I was never wanting to like get into what all the different gaming genres are, and like fully understanding which games fit into which ones. So that's why I was like, I feel like it could be, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it has full raids now, or it's always had
Yeah.
full raids. But
Yeah.
yeah.
They're going hard on them, and they're expensive. Price of a whole other game.
Yeah, I played it for a while, but I felt like the grindiness that I felt in fantasy MMOs, I felt even harder in Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just hard for me to stay in at some point because it was just a matter of like, oh, look, I got a few more numbers in this gear item. Now I will do a little bit more damage in the same end game content until I get another incrementally better other gear item. And just it started to feel very samey. And I played through all the different iterations of classes that you can be, because you know, once you've tried one play style, it's like, okay, well, now I want to see what this is like. Now I want to see what that's like. And so I did all of that, and then I just kind of ran out of stuff to do.
I feel also the fact that it's not bad because some people really like this, but you kind of feel like you're not the only hero in the world for most MMOs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah.
And when you're in a big battle, you could be participating in like doing a good job of your class, but you don't feel like, oh yeah, I'm the reason we're winning.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm the hero of this story. It's, oh cool, I'm participating.
I feel like Final Fantasy 14 does a good job with that.
I will say it, from what I've seen, especially with the MSQ,
Mm-hmm.
it does put you more front and center than most RPGs.
Yeah, it does
But
feel like
also
it's
a lot-
your epic journey. Go ahead.
I feel like bosses take too long sometimes.
Maybe. I feel like they take shorter time than World of Warcraft's bosses do.
Oh no,
or did.
100%. But in like MMO RPGs in general,
Oh, gotcha.
like if a boss is like repeating a cycle and you have to just learn that cycle, like Dark Souls is a great example. Yes, they are hard bosses. Yes, they have decent health pools, but you can, if you know what you're doing, you won't see like a lot of repeat motions, and you can take them out on your own. It's very much skill based. This one is like, cool, we hit the numbers or hit the buttons in the right order, stayed out of their area of effect.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, this is mostly like from what I remember of World of Warcraft, not so much so on Final Fantasy. That does look like it fixed a lot of those issues, but not entirely.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Like even Star Wars had that.
Mm-hmm. It's been a while since I've been in World of Warcraft, but I also don't feel like I've played very many MMOs where what you do in combat is anything different than watch where you stand and run through your, you know,
Your kit.
things that you got. Yeah. The best that they do is give you sort of like a standard routine of things that you do, and sometimes a reactive. But that seems to that's kind of like every MMO ever.
Unless it's like a gimmick fight.
Yeah, and I feel like there aren't enough of those in MMOs, because I think if there were, that would be sort of a saving grace to be able to say, oh, that, you know, it kind of felt like a theme park ride for me, because you have all these weird things that come up and they're only specific to this fight. Again, 14 does a pretty good amount of that. I didn't feel like I saw as much of that with older WoW, but It's also been a long time since I played that one. And I played even older MMOs where there really weren't good gimmicks.
I also just love a good boss fight in general, and most RPGs don't tickle that, like that itch.
Yeah.
Am
Good.
I the only one that kind of feels like gaming is oversaturated right now?
There's a lot.
No?
There's a lot of sameness out there, if that's what you
Yeah.
mean by oversaturated.
Yes.
Like, I see a lot of copycats come up once a game starts to have a certain amount of success. I mean, just the
It's
fact
just-
that there's a genre called Souls-like.
Yes. But, like, it's just every other week there's a new sim game coming out.
Yeah.
Or a
I
new
mean, sim
management
games
game
are
coming out.
dime a dozen, though.
I mean, there's some. They're all pretty good, but it's just like, okay, how much more can we do with management and simulation?
Right.
Or there's, like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like a lot of things are really unique at the moment.
I mean, we just played Split Fiction.
Okay, that one was. I will absolutely 100% that one. But in terms of, like, just something that I could throw on real quick and be super, like, chill about, it all just.
It comes and goes in waves, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I've-
I need to get blueprints.
I've heard good things.
I need a good puzzle game.
I heard the new or something 33 is really good.
Claire Obstruction 33, I think is what's called.
Obscure.
Yeah.
Yeah. There
Yeah.
we go.
I've been recommended to get into that one. I signed up for the beta access.
It is
My
got the aesthetic of
problem-
Elden Ring, but it's an RPG.
Hmm.
My problem is turn-based. I don't do well with turn-based.
I'm pretty bad at turn-based too.
I
But I'm
just
also
get
bad at
bored.
real-time strategy too.
Like, I get so bored with turn-based. And I think that comes from I am just a very aggressive gamer.
Mhm.
Like, if I can, I play the character that is able to run in and blow shit up.
Yeah.
So if I'm sitting here having to wait for you to finish deciding on what you're doing before I can run in and blow shit up, I'm sitting there going, okay, this is great. My attention is going somewhere else in about 2 seconds.
Which is surprising because I thought you wouldn't like Baldur's Gate because of that reason.
I like Baldur's Gate because it's D&D. That's a whole other thing.
Even
I
Joe
am-
was saying that. He's like, I don't
Yeah,
like
yeah.
RPGs, but like this is just hits different.
Exactly. My thing is I'm dying to be in a D&D campaign. So Baldur's Gate is scratching that itch for me
Right.
since I'm not in a campaign right now.
I will say we're playing, and timing is the main issue for playing with you
So it
Oh, I know.
is you.
because you got
It's
kids.
not me right now.
You will not defile
It's
Katie
kids.
has no free time whatsoever. No, but I can always
Oh, yeah.
join digitally or something. Katie has no free time whatsoever right now. She hasn't played Overwatch in months, and she was at one point texting me going, hey, you want to play Overwatch tonight?
You should see if she wants to join us. She would be a very divisive person to talk to
I-
D because I feel like they are like very different.
We are very different. Interesting. Who could possibly be different to me?
No, I mean
Because
she gets.
I'm right.
I don't. It's hard to describe Katie.
The thing
you
is,
also don't know Katie in the way that I do.
all of
True.
my opinions are correct, so I don't know why anybody would ever differ with me.
That's the problem. Is I know you're right. So
Hmm.
I need to play Doom.
you need to play any of them.
I feel like Doom would scratch the itch that I have right now.
I have them. I think I can lend them to you.
On what, PlayStation? buy the Doom Anthology bundle for $103.
Nice.
I got all of Doom on my Switch. At least the new Doom, but not the one that last came out for like $5.
Oh, nice. So everything but Eternal.
Yeah,
We've got up to 2016.
yeah. They're good games if you like
Yeah.
run and gun.
Well, so that's like I said. Just right now, I am really in the vibe of let me just run in and blow shit up.
I feel like
Let me be
that's me in
chaos.
2025.
Right? Just let me be chaos.
I
At the
mean,
moment,
in a
because
video
it's-
game.
Right? That's just me in life. Because I feel like so much is out of control.
You can't be
I'm
in
like, let
control
me-
unless you're out of control.
Right? Yeah, like, I want puzzles. I want chaos. And I'm just feel like everything is just a copy of something else right now.
Yeah. There's a lot of that.
I think what part of what it is there's a lot of games that I haven't played over the years that I think I need to go back and do, like a lot of really good like story games and whatnot. Like I think I might like Devil May Cry 5, but I'm not entirely sure.
If you're gonna try that series, you may want to try some of the other ones.
So, I would like to play the series in its entirety. However, I cannot get past old school graphics. Like, my brain just looks at angles. This looks horrible. I don't want to play it anymore.
Play 3 maybe, or at least 4.
Right.
You could also, I think, out of all the games, I would recommend Haley right now. That would probably scratch an itch pretty well, or Kingdom Hearts.
I can't. My brain can't keep up with it right now. It's so fucking complex.
Not the
Like,
first one. I mean,
At
yeah,
the
the first one,
moment-
but
Go ahead.
you would love that series and be like, why didn't
I
I
know I
play
would.
this sooner?
I absolutely know I would, and I have them. Like I have.
Yeah, I'm the one who sold them to you.
everything that you can possibly play, except for, I think there's one of them that's not in that bundle.
The bundle has all of them except for 3 and 2.8.
Yeah. No, it has 3 and 2.8 in there. It doesn't have one of the DS ones.
It has the cutscenes for it. Then
Yeah, it just doesn't have like the actual gameplay, so you just watch the movie for it essentially. But I think my problem right now is just my attention span cannot hold on to a really long game at the moment. I need something that I can focus on, but it's not gonna take me 100+ hours to get through like I really want to do. I want to finish Ghost of Tsushima. I want to finish the Assassin's Creed games that I have, but they are so freaking huge. I'm like, right now I just need something small and simple but looks good and has a good story.
like me.
Are you calling yourself simple?
Or small.
And small.
Oh.
You're taller than me, bro.
But I'm so tiny. I'm just a little guy.
Wow.
I have the new RuneScape game in my cart for Steam. But that's partly because Eric likes old school RuneScape.
That's one I never played. Isn't that? I think for me that was one where the graphics got in the way for me, just like you were saying.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
old, nasty looking graphics,
Uh-huh.
looking janky.
The
mean-
graphics on old school RuneScape are absolutely atrocious.
Yeah. I looked at that and said, this can't be fun. Which, you know,
Yeah,
I know
it's-
that's a fallacy, but that
Right.
was my thinking.
I mean, I get why he likes it because he's been playing it for literal, like he played it back then, like when it came out and everything.
Yeah.
And so it's a nostalgia thing for him.
Right.
And he likes going through and like grinding all the quests, like grinding materials and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I could not get into it. I was like, this just looks bad.
Yeah.
And it's like point and click. You don't actually control where
Oh,
your character goes with
yeah.
WASD.
I'm
which
not
kills me.
not really a point and click fan either.
But the new one, so it's called RuneScape Dragon Wilds. That one looks like it actually is going to be a you walk around properly. It's
Okay.
got updated graphics kind of thing. And I showed it to him, and I was like, it's 1 to 4 players, so we can play it together if you want.
By the way, welcome back, Troa. I do return. Man, I wish I worked like naps. Those worked like naps. Yeah, you were saying they don't really give you rest or respite, which sucks. It'd be the one thing that I would hope for, is that you come out of it and go, okay, I've recharged.
Like, I feel better now.
Yeah. Not, I've lost consciousness, lost time, and gotten no energy.
Right. Dude, this
You
naps
think
where
I
you
feel
wake
better
up and
just
you
made
go,
me think of
what
a song."
year is it?
Yeah. What'd you say, Stuart?
What'd you say?
You saying I feel better just made me think of the song.
What song?
The Doc McStuffin song?
The one with the cancer dude and that one. I think it's called I Feel Better. I only have one life. And it has like the giant black dude's head floating at the end, killing people with lasers.
Oh,
Huh?
that one. Yeah, as soon as you said that, I remember what song you're talking about.
Fever Dream are you talking about?
I knew it. I didn't want to say it because I'm like,
It's the boy band thing.
yeah, with the cancer patient who's trying to like impress people and just walking down the thing, and then gets laughed at. Then he kills the boy band.
What?
Is it a meme?
No, it's a song.
No. It's
Good
it's a
song.
music video for like it's like a Euro synth pop, not synth pop. What would you call it? It's like
I Feel Better by Hot Chip?
Yep.
yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
Yeah,
I am going to educate myself.
the song. Yeah, the song's actually a real bop.
It's a really good song.
It's just all of that sounded like a crazy fever dream.
I want to watch it,
It
but I
sounds
want to deal with the
crazy.
DMCA on YouTube later.
Oh, I get you.
You can probably watch it with the audio off.
Yeah, I could.
The visuals alone are kind of wild enough to make people go, what?
Yeah.
I feel uncomfortable with the way they are staring at this camera in some of these shots.
Mm-hmm.
Such
Yeah,
a
it gets
good song.
intense. Yep, it's not sleep, so no benefit whatsoever. Yeah. Ugh. Would that I could wish that away from you. I went through a period of severe vertigo myself. 5 years or more, maybe, altogether. It was awful. And I was awake for it all. Maybe there's some bliss in not being awake, but also maybe not. But I don't like anything that has to do with like the head and your conscious experience in your body and all that kind of stuff. I think those are kind of the worst chronic things that can happen to us. It's bad when you have like, chronic some sort of muscle pain or fibro or stomach issues, Crohn's or whatever. Those things are bad, but at the same time, I also feel like we perceive certain parts of our body as being like a part of our body, whereas anything involving conscience and the head and everything sort of neck up is it hits different. That's like a part of us, or that is us. I shouldn't say a part. That is us.
I will also say it is totally okay to make an omelet right now. Just to answer Toady. Oh, Troa.
Oh, I was like, Tony, what?
No one's told me to say for a while.
Yeah, it's well, if you want it to be hoity-toity, I think you could make a hoity-toity omelet right now. But if you don't want it to be, it doesn't have to be. In other words, you set the rules. That's what I mean to say.
I'm super excited for Haley to finish the song so we can hear the reaction.
Right? I've seen some great music videos for songs that I don't really like that much. And I've seen some really whack music videos
For songs,
for
that,
songs
you do like?
that I love. This one's like, it's epic in its own way. It's not whack, but it is pretty weird.
Can I go back to who I was 3 minutes ago?
No. Welcome to this side of reality.
No, I don't want to be here.
You now
You don't like his creepy laugh at the end?
What did I just watch?
hot chip.
I only want one life.
Oh my
You
god.
can't
I was
get
right
me
about
out.
Fever Dream though, because that's what that seemed like.
Yeah.
Oh,
pretty much.
whoa.
That was insane.
I don't know what happened, but my game just had a visual bug, and it looks like my characters all did acid.
Oh, lovely.
Rip.
This is supposed to be like a normal looking town. I'm gonna send a picture on Discord.
What are you playing?
Baldur's Gate.
Oh.
I teleported. Everything is now blue, white, and green.
Oh my.
Oh no.
The blackouts are
let's-
always post vertigo, so it spins intensifying until suddenly it's 2 hours later. Oof. No fun. Yeah, it's very bizarre.
Posted the picture in Sloth. Sloth. I was gonna just continue playing like that, but it was hurting my brain.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I like that the UI is still the correct colors though.
At least there's that. I think the reason why I left tank for as the last of the battle classes to level up is because it's so boring as of this last expansion. You're so much more stronger than every other job in the game.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
They have to go decompress from the music video.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I want that minion. That wasn't that great of a roll. I did not win that minion.
Well, what did you lose out on?
It was called Forgiven Hate. It looked like this weird, like, cube of angelic pure white feathers. Like a weird, you know how biblical angels are described as having very bizarre shapes to them?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
just a ball of feathers.
Yeah. Something kind of like that.
They actually took that imagery and made an SCP out of it as well.
Nice.
It's literally just a ball of feathers that are razor sharp, and if you get too close, it just kind of sucks you into it and just uses your biomass.
Lovely.
It's a very simple one, but still, like, oh, that's uses some very fun imagery, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I do like when things play off of our expectations or understandings of things that we've already sort of have some experience or understanding of in the waking world, in the real world.
That is one of the, or those are some of the most fun SCPs.
Mm-hmm. I feel like it's
Thing is,
shorthand.
building-
You can make a lot of assumptions real fast then, and people buy in quicker than if you have to describe all the different physics and everything involved.
Haley, did you have an accident?
No, I had to go make sure Addie was asleep.
Oh, just the noise you made.
Oh, yeah, it was me making noises while trying to find something to cure the board.
You could come over here and hang out.
Looking for a cure for boredom? I'm looking for free labor.
What do you need?
Video editor?
Editor.
Yeah.
I have to learn editing.
I
I was
mean,
gonna start learning it for to play around with my clips and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I mean, possibly.
you know, it's kind of hurtful when I'm like, hey, I'm playing Baldur's Gate. I have a friend to play Baldur's Gate with. And they're like, no, I'm bored.
Because Baldur's Gate isn't the cure for the itch that I have at
That's
this
fair.
exact moment.
Mm-hmm.
But we
There's
could.
a game called The Farmer Was Replaced. Oh my god.
Yes, my child.
Wow.
This freaking game. You have to program this little farmer drone to become a farmer. Oh, that's why I'm trying to
Why was it recommended?
because I played that game walkthrough, learn parentheses. It's like it was really actually fun little like puzzle coding game. It just gets kind of old fairly soon, unfortunately.
I remember you playing that, and then we were just commenting on like, this game doesn't look fun, but I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Oh no.
I know. So it was fun to play. Like starting out, it was actually really fun because you're learning the basics of programming, essentially, and like how you've got data coming in, and to make it do a certain thing, you have to separate certain points of the data because it needs like specific pieces. And so you're learning like how to separate it all and like the easiest way, or not always necessarily the easiest, but like the most optimal way to separate the pieces. And so it's just a lot of like branching out from different things. Like it's hard to explain without like visuals.
Sounds like unpaid work.
Basically.
Like video editing. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No, you're good.
I feel like Haley would
Um,
actually probably enjoy editing if they could, because it is very much it's kind of like me and my art, where it's like, oh, if I do this process, it's just like I can autopilot it.
It's artistic
Well,
too.
like I said, I want to get into it because I need to learn it for my own clips, but then also it's just a really interesting like skill to have.
Yeah.
And once I get the new PC in, which fingers crossed it should be here tomorrow or Friday, I planned on downloading DaVinci Resolve on that and then actually getting started into it.
Nice.
Because I didn't want to try it on this computer since it's not exactly processing things very well right now. So, I was planning on getting into all of that pretty soon.
Good
So
stuff.
if you want to shoot some stuff my way, that is absolutely fine.
Sure. I also use DaVinci Resolve too, so it's even easier in that regard.
Oh, can you like sync stuff up and then just import it that way?
Sync stuff up.
So like, Markiplier has his movie and he's got like 6 different people that are helping him edit it, and I think he said they do like a big Adobe like business plan or something, and so they can just like easily share stuff in the software versus like having to save it and export it and then send it and then somebody else imports it, like that whole thing. So does DaVinci kind of do the same thing where it's like kind of a group and then you can just share it through DaVinci?
I have not looked into that, but now I'm curious.
Right?
'Cause that sounds really badass.
Yeah.
You've strength worthy enough of pride. But will it be enough?
By the way, Haley, just to get you slightly more excited about it, one of your complaints about this game that there's not enough dragons is remedied by the mod we have.
Okay, that works.
You are the first to behold this form.
Guess it would be a shared database. Yes, DaVinci Resolve has the capability to utilize a shared database,
Nice.
allowing multiple users to access and edit the same project simultaneously.
Good stuff. Is that only in the pro version?
It does not specify.
Most likely.
If it is, that's gonna be unfortunate for the show.
I mean, I have the pro version. I just don't know that a lot of other people do.
Right. Okay, so I guess my next thing to search would be, do you need the pro version? Helps if I type properly. No, you don't necessarily need DaVinci Resolve Studio to use a shared database.
Nice.
While the Studio version is recommended for more robust collaboration features, the free version can also work with shared databases using a post-GRE-SQL database. Whatever that
I don't know what that is, but that sounds like it's a tentative yes. Or like a yes,
bit
but
to
you have to
look up.
work at it.
What is a post thingy server?
Flames to lick at your heels.
God, my keyboard's
So are you talking about your post and your thingy?
It's an open source object relational database management system that manages and stores data. So it's a secondary thing that you have to download, I think?
Sounds like something else to set up, yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole website for it. Powerful open source object relational database system with over 35 years of active development.
Wow. It's old.
So it's free to use, open source, which is pretty good.
I do love me some open source.
Right?
It's better than open source.
Open source
Why did
development.
that get you two to laugh?
Because it's just stupid.
Because that's not even like a pun. That's just like nasty. But that gets me more.
Okay.
Dark,
Just a goofy
dark,
little-
awful stuff is better than
Oh, yeah.
than wordplay.
You do have to be careful doing that, though. It can get too dark sometimes.
I know, and the racy, edgy stuff, as long as it's not like somebody just being absolutely phobic and identity, driven, whatever, fill in the blank ist. That kind
Yeah.
of stuff, obviously, I'm not really a fan of. It just shows you're an awful person, and you're trying to make people laugh at it. But everything short of that, I think, is funny.
Damn, studio is a lot.
Yeah.
But it's a one-time purchase, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a life license, and
Mm-hmm.
this is how I was able to afford it. I don't think I've mentioned this on stream, so newsflash to everybody who didn't know how I got a pro level editor when I have all these stream goals for like other stuff, like the lights that died and had to be replaced. You can share the license with somebody else. You get 2 licenses for the purchase of the pro version, and they don't have to be locatively installed. It's like, when you sign in on Netflix now and you're not in the same household as the primary account holder, it'll be like,
Right.
oh, we noticed that you're not in the house.
You're not where you're supposed to
Yeah.
be.
Are you sharing Netflix?
I'm
Right.
sorry, Haley.
It's okay.
But you can.
No, that.
Oh, did that actually happen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got rid of Netflix, and then Stuart was nice enough to share his with us because he still had like one screen available.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think we had it for like a year or 2, and then Netflix was like, no more password sharing.
Yeah, we don't do this anymore.
Yeah.
It's weird.
So I've had to find other ways to watch.
Of course. Anyway, DaVinci Resolve Studio does not do that. You can just, if somebody is willing in your circle of folks to go
Right.
halvesies on it, you both have a key. You both own that key for life, and you can both have that key wherever the hell you want.
That makes sense.
Yeah. The only problem with that is if I want to do editing from Oz's machine, I can't license it.
Right.
I have to do it at my own computer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that was the thing that Markiplier was having an issue with. So he had Adobe, but Adobe is a membership, not a one-time purchase. And
Right.
he was like, come on, guys, this is like a little bit much for a membership, and like there's still stuff that we can't do. So I think he switched to something else that was a one-time thing.
Yeah. Honestly, anytime that I see one-time purchasable stuff, especially software, it's hard for me not to like throw my money at it and support those people to
Absolutely.
make sure that like business model stays valid.
Yes.
Because I don't want to keep subscribing to something and then go,
No.
oh, well, I don't have the funds this month. And they go, oh, you know what? You don't have this service then either, do you?
Right. I'm the same way. Like, I understand that there is like server upkeeps and all that stuff, but for some things, like specifically software that you're going to continue to use and it really doesn't change like a whole lot. Like if it changes a lot, they could just make a new software.
Yeah.
It's probably easier to just start off with a new software than to push out like a huge update that completely overhauls things.
Right.
I feel like a one-time payment is much better than a subscription service.
Yeah, I agree. Troy says I like halfsies. Oh yeah,
Right?
big fan on.
Halfsies is great.
Yeah,
But it's like you said, like say 1 month you can't swing that subscription service, and that one happens to be the one that you have to cut. Well, now they've lost that money.
that's true too. Yeah.
Whereas had they just done a one-time purchase, they have that money. You can't just take it back.
Yeah.
And they're not waiting to charge you for it. It's been done and over with.
Another reason I don't like most MMORPGs.
Well,
yeah.
MMOs, the idea is, hopefully each month you're gleaning that much gameplay out of your monthly subscription. If you took that money and you spent it on other new games instead, then that's an option too. And I guess for everybody, you sort of have to decide, is the money I'm putting into an MMO equivalent value or better?
What is it now? It's still like $30 a month.
30 a month? I've never played an MMO that was 30 a month. I've only played 15,
No, what was
15
World
a
of
month.
Warcraft? It was like,
15 a month.
it was okay, yeah.
Yeah, I've only ever played 15 a month games.
That's still a lot per month.
I mean, kind of.
If it's the only game you're playing, I get it, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a very prolific consumer of media.
Yeah, you are. I feel like you would also get through MMO content faster than everybody else, and then you'd be spending your fees, like repeating the same stuff over and over?
Which was a problem.
Yeah.
When I played World of Warcraft, I was college, high school, whatever, and our guild was Oz's family.
Right.
At one point, I was asked by, I think, Oz or Oz's brother, if I could avoid hitting max level until the father did, just because he was the guild leader.
What does that have to... Wow.
I don't know, but I remember getting like 5 experience from leveling up.
Jeez.
And just not doing anything for about 4 days.
I mean, I guess that's a pretty short amount of time in the scheme of, you're paying for the subscription to this game. But still.
The expansion had just come out too. It was the Lich King expansion.
Oh, so there's stuff you wanted to do.
Yeah.
But
like,
to
I can't do the raid yet.
Preserve somebody else's ego, you decided not to play the game.
It wasn't even just that. It also had to do with mental health. Like, I'm supposed to be the leader kind of thing.
That does sound like a mental health problem.
Yeah.
Hi, Jam. Doom will be an MMO with no sub? Nice. Those are pretty darn rare these days. Tro says, when I started playing ESO again, I was able to justify paying the subscription to ESO Plus simply enough. I just canceled my Disney Plus for a while. I was going to be obsessed with it because they're the same price. I mean, that makes sense. If you knew you're not going to be watching as many shows because you're playing a game, you just move a little of column A over to column B.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So like we had Disney Plus through my phone line with Verizon because when we got Verizon, it was when they were first starting to do like the Disney bundles. So they were included for free with certain phone lines,
Nice.
like of a certain price point or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, they changed it like 2 or 3 years ago, where if you wanted to add the Disney bundle, it was an extra $10 a month, but I was already grandfathered in. So they didn't change it. But then back in like January, we switched from Verizon to Spectrum, which was a terrible choice, by the way. Service is
Good to
horrible.
know.
Yeah. But also like just the spot that we are in in our area. It's bad internet no matter who we have, really.
I
We've got
see.
issues constantly. But phone service, we were doing great with Verizon, and now it's spotty with Spectrum. But because we have a 2-year-old who watches both Moana movies, both Frozen movies, and now Rapunzel at least twice a day,
Uh-huh.
we were like, well, I guess we gotta buy Disney again.
Yeah.
She is obsessed with the songs, and she sings and dances to them the entire time.
And you haven't videoed it yet.
No, I actually haven't. Cause she's got this sixth sense for when I pull out the camera, she stops doing whatever it is.
Yeah, you got to be sly. That's true.
Yeah. She won't even be looking at me, and she'll just stop, and I'll be like, "Really, man?"
Tro says I've been using Mint Mobile lately, and I have nothing but good things to say. Nice. I fear if we used Mint here, we would have such bad phone service that it would heavily impact us. We're on T-Mobile right now, and I think the only reason why we're paying what we're paying is because when you talk about like cell phone tower distribution, how the different satellites or dishes that are, shouldn't say satellites, the dishes on them, they're at different altitudes, right? And the highest ones that have the furthest cell strength, they give you the best service, especially in woodsy areas like the one that we live in, are always owned by the big companies, T-Mobile, AT&T,
yeah.
Verizon, the ones that have the money to pay for the infrastructure to put the tower there in the first place. And then they rent out the lower altitude, lower strength parts of that tower to all those other companies, right? Everybody else that's involved in that. And we barely get T-Mobile. So if we went to a worse signal strength provider here, we'd probably would have a really awful time using our phones.
Off-topic question, but I just want to do it before I forget to ask.
Yeah. Then
What
I gotta
would
wrap up.
be a good time to call Oz tomorrow? When do you think their responsibilities and being awake would happen?
Oz is going to be both responsible and awake before you even flutter your eyes open tomorrow, just because of the time change.
For the for me trying to do the test with her.
What test are you? Oh, the test for Baldur's
Yeah,
Gate?
I don't want to be like, hey, what are you doing? It's like I'm doing responsibility things.
Okay, so tomorrow's Thursday. Oz's big responsibility on Thursday is our local public library's children division has youth programs after school, and so she picks up the kiddos somewhere in the 2:00 hour, and then they go do a little bit of erranding and then go to that thing. So that pretty much means 2 p.m. That would be what, 11 a.m. your time?
Yeah.
So 11 a.m. your time on is kind of boned, because also having the library program puts our dinner late, which puts bedtime late, which puts waking them up on Fridays in peril.
Then I will try to wake up early.
So yeah, everything 11 a.m. on is pretty garbo until they're asleep, which by that time it's like maybe 5 p.m., 6 p.m. your time. And then she has a new bubble of free at that point. So I'll let you sort of play it that way.
What do you think Oz would prefer? Doing stuff before she has her chores and daily activities? Or after?
Both. If you're like, hey, I'm awake in the morning and I want to play games with you, she'll kick me off my computer and make me go downstairs and yeah.
I'm the opposite usually. If I know I have something to do, even if it's like, oh, you have something to do in 5 hours, like I don't want to do anything because I just get stressed and I need to prep and leave a half an hour early kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, we don't prep anymore. Maybe that's just being parents, but we don't care about anything prep-wise. Not ourselves, not our
Hard to prep with
mentality.
kids.
Huh?
It's hard.
I
to
just don't
prep
like being
with
late.
kids.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're chronically late all the time too, and we don't care.
Eh.
We just go, "Oh, sorry, kids," and then people just sort
Man.
of grit their teeth at us. But you know, what are they gonna do?
Cry mostly.
Yeah, mostly cry. He's on Pacific Coast too. All of our friend group that we made IRL are all West Coast. Yeah, because that's where I met Oz, and that's where, yeah, my IRL friends were. B. Wozart, West Coast. Stuart, West Coast.
I won't get too into where I live, but I live in a desert.
Yeah. Many.
I would usually say where I live because I don't care, but I don't also want to like, oh, this is where me and Haley live, kind of thing.
You don't want to dox me.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Appreciate
do. Your name is Haley. I said it on internet.
How crazy!
I use my mouth. That's how.
Now people are just gonna Google that name and they're gonna find everything about her in the world. Good job.
They're gonna get like a million fucking Haley.
I mean, even if I said your maiden name, it'd be really hard for people to find you.
Challenge accepted.
No, I think my maiden name with my first name is actually pretty uncommon.
What about your
especially if you
married
get the
name?
spelling right. My married name might be. Oh, there are actually a lot more people with my name and the exact same spelling than I thought. Okay, I am not the only one. There's a lot of wrong spellings for sure,
Oh yeah.
but there are 3 others with the correct spelling.
You
I
have
hate-
to add my middle name to find really anything about me.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that. Your name is
No.
doesn't seem common, but it also doesn't seem unique.
Haha. So if you were to type in my married name, you're going to get 2 people. You're going to get a celebrity and then a TikTok celebrity.
What's
Oh.
their name?
Their names are Haley.
Nice try.
I was half expecting Haley to say it without thinking.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I've said it on my stream before.
Probably.
Even my Twitch username used to have it. I just changed it.
Hmm.
Damn, you gotta scroll for a while to get like a normal person with the same name.
All right, Toady, just for you, I'll save the game.
I was like, oh, who showed up?
All right, I gotta bounce. This is my new out time, so I can actually get some sleep. So I can be.
Is this gonna be forever change or just for now change?
This is a. So I'm doing something awful to myself.
Oh, always.
I'm doing a summer. Kids are out of school schedule, but I'm doing it early, so they're not out of school. So I'm still giving myself some pretty bad hours of sleep right now. Until they finish with this school year, and then my sleep will actually increase a little bit and be nicer. But for the next 4 weeks, this is probably going to be a little bit painful for me, especially because I got so used to biphasal sleep. Biphasic? I forget what the
Biphasic.
Phasic.
Yeah.
Biphasic. And
I mean, that's what you kept referring it as.
Thank you. I don't know where my brain went with the other.
It went with
Yes,
the biphasic
biphasic.
sleep.
Oh, it went with the sleep. Yeah. Now that I'm not
Yeah.
doing that, so it's going to be like a huge acclamation for me, but ultimately beneficial for the household and for things that Oz was seeing that I should probably work to try to change. So we're gonna try that out. Troa says I looked myself up a few times. It's kind of funny. All you get are things like my old Facebook, but almost all the results are a young kid with a very similar name, 1 letter difference, and his sports photos. Oh, gotcha. There are some famous Halmes, but my favorite one is funny because it's the streamer It's Lord Yeti, who was in here earlier, who is the rhythm guitarist for, I shouldn't say rhythm because he also does lead stuff. One of the guitarists for the death metal band Necrogasm. And he changed his last name on all of his social media to Halme in honor of me. So like,
First
oh.
thing to pop up is hallway construction.
Oh yeah, I've seen that too. I don't even no. Well, probably relation. I was gonna say no relation at all, but maybe if I don't know, did an ancestry.com thing on them, maybe we are related. But I don't personally know who they are.
If you just do my first and last name,
Yeah.
it pulls up a lot of the wrong spelling because I have the less used Mullen.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone thinks it has an E for some reason.
Oh, interesting.
And then
the
yeah.
normal spelling.
Then our Mullen Publishing that we never did really that much with for Teresa. There's only 2 photos.
Toady says D truly is the cooler Halme. I'm trying to be the coolest Halme. I think there's like a Sam who's like a fighter though. I can't compete against that. People are into sports, and if you fight and do stuff, you know, you'll probably always be more famous than some guy who streams and tries to change people's brains.
Is there any dead Halmes you know of?
I mean, my
Because their body temperature is pretty cool.
Wow.
Dark humor.
There you go. Trust as the kid just adds an S to the end of his last name, so even specific searches ignore it sometimes. Oh, interesting. I could also make the joke that if you knew my family, they're not cold. They're actually really, really hot. But that's probably... I don't know. I actually didn't know even my grandparents. My last biological grandparent died when I was 3. So I have no real knowledge of like what they were like except anecdotally. When I search my name, I get nothing to do with myself. And I search my full name, it just throws in random people. Oh. But you've said your name's kind of out there. Prolific. All right. Before we go into name and linguistics and ancestry, I'm going to bounce. I love your faces. Have a good night. Thank you. Big thanks to Haley and Stuart for being here and chatting.
I'm glad you had us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. And
Haley, he said he loved your face.
I
It's
know.
true.
It's so sweet.
in
I love your face.
3 more days,
Gross.
I will be streaming more Mist Uru with Oz. We've actually just given up the last quest that we were on because we both decided, man, this part of Uru sucks. So we're just moving to something that she has a memory of that she thought was actually interesting. And we're just going to do that. So we're taking a very sharp left turn the next time we get into Mist. So make sure to watch like the end of the last Mist stream so you see where we made that decision to stop having a bad time.
Those games feel like you're torturing yourself sometimes.
I mean, so I like criticizing, critiquing games. I don't have an issue with playing a game that I feel is like unfair. The devs had issues or they didn't quality test it well enough or whatever. I don't mind picking that apart and being like spicy or snarky on stream against something. It doesn't bother me. Like I turn off the machine and all of that disappears and I just go to sleep. So it's not like I carry that with me. Yeah,
That's fair.
all right. If you are watching on Trovo, on Kick, on YouTube, we're saying goodnight to you now. And Twitch, we're going to find somebody to raid out to here in just a sec. Everybody who is being removed from stream right now, if you're safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. See ya.